Hello everybody and welcome to a new series that I'm doing on a game that I have been very much so enjoying for the past probably 3-4 months. I am here playing Farming Simulator 25 and you know, people always say you're just farming, what are you doing? It can't be that much fun. You have no idea how much fun this is. I am enjoying this game beyond belief. It is so relaxing. There is so much to do, so much to think about, such an open world game where you can do really whatever you want. And yeah, so today I'm doing something a little bit crazy for my first playthrough on a recorded series, but I've played a lot of this game already, so I'm not overly worried about that. And today what we're doing is we are doing a starting from scratch series. I've got a whole bunch of mods installed on here. If there's anything in specific people are looking for, I can let them know down in the comments. But really, we're here on Elm Creek 25 on Farming Simulator 25. And yeah, we have no money. We are starting out with absolutely nothing. The only way I can make money right now is by doing contracts. So, a few things about this save. I've done a few things that will make my life easier or harder, depending on how you want to look at it. So I've got more contracts installed, or better contracts installed, so it gives me more contracts in general. I've also have it set up so that I can have more active contracts going at once. But I have increased the leasing costs from 100% to 150%. So you can see now, like, fertilizing used to probably only cost like $700 to rent it before. Now it's over $1,000. Same thing with things like harvesting contracts. They are quite expensive. It was like $1,300 before, now it's like $1,800. So this is to kind of make it so that this isn't something that I consistently do. It's something that I can use to get going. But down the line, I either need to not borrow equipment and have my own equipment, or I want to move away from contracts in general. So looking at the map here, this is the starter farm. Obviously we don't own anything yet. Some of these farms are pretty expensive to start, if I'm being honest. I'm not quite sure where we're going to start. We might end up somewhere up here because these lots are quite cheap, and then we can start combining them as we start to get some money. So we could start kind of up here. I'm not really too sure. We'll see how things go, but first things first, we have some contracts that we're going to need to get started doing, and then we can start looking at either purchasing our first vehicle or piece of equipment, or, you know, whatever it may end up being. I'm not really too sure, but we will get there all in due time. So let's go ahead and take a look at our first contract to see what we got going on here. Harvesting contracts are great. Now I'm not too sure if I want to this one. Ooh, are all of these round bale contracts? They are, and I get a vehicle at really cheap lease cost. Oh my, I might do these to start. 58, 50, and 40. You know what, those really aren't that far apart, and they're all in one vehicle. I don't have to tow anything, you just drive it along. So the cool thing with this is, and you can see profit per minutes, all that thing. So this is how much money we're gonna make, obviously minus our lease cost. So you know what we're gonna do? We're actually gonna start with that. So we're going to accept this contract, or no, we're gonna borrow the items for this contract. Okay, and then I believe I can accept this contract and accept this contract. So, yeah, I guess I have to go and drive around with this guy. Hopefully it's not slow. Oh, it's kind of slow. Oh no, it gets up to 48. All right. I don't really know much about this map, so we're gonna kind of be learning as we go here. I'm guessing that it's this way. Do I gotta go this way? Where do I gotta go? 50, 58, and 40. Where's 40? Oh, okay. So that first one's right here, right by the start, so we can go start there and start doing some baling there. And yeah, you guys will see some footage of me doing some of these contracts. First baling contract is complete. We did some straw swath bales there. Now we're heading on over to field 40, where we're going to do our second one and then our third one, and then we're going to check to see if there's any other contracts we can do while we are leasing this machine. And you know what, I've never used this machine before actually, and I was actually quite surprised with how well it performed. I actually really enjoyed using this thing. It was quite fun to do some baling with a all-in-one machine. I'm used to having the trailer and hauling that thing around, or the forage wagons, and this thing did a fantastic job. So pretty neat. Glad that I got a chance to use this, and yeah, we'll see you guys over at field 40. Alrighty everybody, so that is our second baling contract completed, and you guys might have also noticed in the top right hand corner that we received a discount, and I think I have gone the wrong way. Hang on a second. Where am I going? Nope, this is not where I want to go. I want to be going here, and to get there is no good way to get there. I have to go back up and down and back around and all around. Okay, alright. Like I was trying to say, you guys may have noticed that in the top right hand corner, as I've been completing contracts, it says that I will receive a 1% discount, or now a 2% discount on all fields from Walter. So I also, with better contracts, I get discounted price on fields based on who I do contracts for. Now, I know that that can be a little bit overpowered, so I've pretty much made it as difficult as possible for me by making it that every time I complete a contract, I get a 1% discount. I believe up to, it's either 20 or 25%. But you gotta think, I have to complete 20 to 25 contracts for one individual. That doesn't mean that it works for everyone. So like if I'm doing contracts for Walter, it means I'm only getting discounts for Walter. I'm not getting discounts for David or Katie or some of the other farmers that we've got around here. Those are only discounts for Walter. So I do have to keep that in mind. Now I am going to cheat a little bit here, I think, and we're gonna kind of go this way. There's the train. Now, I don't know why some of the straw swaths are not rendering properly. I'm not sure if that's an issue with the map or if it's just because these straw swaths are so small. I'm hoping that there aren't a lot of visual errors on this map. I have not played on this map before, but we will see. Like, I can see the straw swaths in the distance there, but for some reason, yeah, I don't know. It's kind of strange. But I think we're almost at Field 58, because I think that is Field 58 up here. So if we just, oh goodness, we got some air. There we go, that's where our contract is. Let's get this last contract done, and then we can finally bring in our first lot of money. Alrighty, so that is all 3 of our baling contracts complete. Let's take a look and see. Of course, we're going to do the auto saving. I should probably turn that off and do manual saving, but that's okay. Is there any other baling ones that we can do? It doesn't really look like it, so I think that we can complete these 3 contracts and we can get a little bit of money in the bank here. So let's hit collect. It's 1, 2, and 3. And we now have $10,000. That is a great start. I don't think that we can buy anything with that yet. I think the cheapest lot of land up in this area here, and I would like to maybe eventually own everything up in here, because like this section would be good to own. So would it, like I think we could pretty much own everything on this side of the freeway at some point. What's this? A carpentry. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, I think that, you know, starting out, like there really isn't a lot that we can buy that's cheap, that's like in town. Let's take a look, see here. What do we got up here? We got a farmer's market. This would actually be a really good place to start. 24,000, 32,000, 165,000. Okay, I really want to be close to this because we can sell a lot of stuff here probably, which would be really great. So let's see. Katie, 24,000. Where is Walter? I guess this is all Walter's little stuff over here, eh? It's kind of unfortunate because we've been doing some work for Walter, but that might help us down the line. But I think we should probably focus maybe up here. I was thinking up here, but I think for just like the animal dealer is here and the farmer's market is here, and so is the sawmill. So we have like a lot of options for a lot of really close sell points over here, which I think will be quite handy. Grain mill, paper factory, spinnery, like there's a lot of good stuff up here. I think that if we kind of focus on buying out this area, it's a lot of farmland to work with. So I think our first field is probably going to be this one here at $24,000. So we need to earn another $14,000 and maybe do a couple contracts for Katie as well. So let's go take a look at our contracts. Bale wrapping, this is one for Katie already, right on field 8, which is where we kind of want to be. What else do we have? Harvesting, field 1, field 2. Okay, some actually, so that's corn. That's corn. Okay, so we could definitely do those 2 contracts. And we have a lot of wheat heart contracts as well. Ooh, what is this? Hoeing on field 37. That's going to take quite a lot of time. Going to take an hour for me to do that. Spraying. How long is that going to take? Estimated time, hour and 13 minutes on field 75. How much am I going to need? 2,100 liters of herbicide. Well, maybe we do this. We could do that, or even mowing contracts. Mowing on field 7, 76, and 21. That's really spread out. I'm not too sure what I want to do here. I feel like harvesting contracts would be great, but like there's excess material that we can keep afterwards. We don't have anywhere to put it because we don't have a silo yet. So I think we should buy field 5. So we should do a couple contracts where we're not going to get anything first. So I think we should probably do this spraying contract. It's going to take me some time to get this done. But if we borrow this and then we head over to this guy here, we're going to have to buy some materials. We need 2,100 liters of herbicide, which is unfortunate because I don't think I'm going to be able... How much is this? Oh, that's 2,000 liters. 100 liters, 250. Okay, well, 1,000 liters, and so I guess we'll probably get this and this. So we'll buy one of these. Actually, you know what? We'll buy 2 of these because I'm hoping I don't waste any, but we will see what happens. I also don't think I installed, but I meant to put precision farming on here. So for the next episode, we'll probably have some precision farming here. But liquid fertilizer or herbicide. No, that's liquid fertilizer. Huh? No, I want herbicide. Okay, herbicide. Herbicide. Here we go. That's what I wanted. So that's 2,000 liters there. Okay, perfect. So let's buy this. 2,400. 2,000 liters. Yeah, that's right. And this we've got, okay, we do have quite a bit. Okay, so what we have, we should be able to just pull up next to these guys, I'm hoping. Just like this. And we can start filling this. Perfect. All right, I will start with this spraying contract. Alright, that is the first herbicide contract. I did go ahead and pick up a second herbicide contract, which we're going to start heading towards now, which I think was kind of on the top side of the map here, I think, if I'm not too sure. I still haven't turned off the auto-saving, which is going to drive me crazy with that constantly interrupting me, but hey, field 42, which is... where is it? Field 42, that's right here. Okay, alright, so we'll head on over here, okay. Field 42, and we will go do this contract, and then that might be enough to get us our first field. We will have to see what happens. So we were going to make our way over and get this next contract done. Alright everybody, we've completed that spraying contract. Now I still have 700 liters of herbicide that I've purchased, and I don't want to lose that. I do want to keep it because obviously herbicide is quite expensive, and in the early days we need to pretty much save everything that we've got. So I think what I'm going to end up doing here is we're going to drive back on over to the shop, and then when we're there, I'll offload the herbicide that I've got left in the tank. We'll return this vehicle, get our money, and hopefully have enough to buy our first plot of land. I think we are going to be short though. I don't think it's going to give us as much money as I thought it was going to, because herbicide obviously has a cost factor to it, which I wasn't thinking about that much, and honestly I didn't realize how much herbicide was. I haven't really messed with herbicide much, and this was my first time kind of dealing with it, and I gotta say it was quite expensive to be messing around with herbicide. I'm not going to lie. So with that being said, we're just gonna drive this thing back over to the shop and then offload our herbicide. Alright, we have returned the dyno, and our herbicide barrel is sitting right over here with the nice little 700 liters sitting in it. And so now let's go ahead and complete these two contracts. I don't think there's another spring contract that popped up. Nope, we are good. Alright, so with that being all completed, we can complete these two contracts. We can get ourselves some good money, collect, and we are, we're like $1,000 short. Okay. Before this episode ends, I want to have this property, so this might be a little bit of a longer episode, but we are going to get this plot of land this episode, so that next episode we can focus on figuring out what we want to do with our first lot of land and planning our future. But before we can do any of that, we have to figure out what contract we want to do. Bale wrapping. Why is that worth so much money? I am definitely going to take this for a lease cost of only $750. We are definitely going to be borrowing these items. And there we go. Look at this little tractor. I gotta turn auto start on and off because I don't really like that it starts on its own. But yeah, we already have a bale wrapper. I think that one of the things they need to change is the fact that you should have to buy your own bale wrap instead of just getting a full bale wrapper for free when you do these contracts, because, you know, you don't have to spend any money, which is nice, but it seems a little unrealistic that they give it to you with a lease full and you return it with nothing in it. So, where is this field that we're going to work at? We're going to field 45, which is next to field 42, which we were just at. And I have a feeling I have a lot of bale wrapping I gotta do here, but I will see you guys when we are done wrapping all of these bales. Alrighty, well, we've completed our baling contracts, and the weather is just absolutely horrific. But let's go take a look at the plot of land that we're gonna buy. It is a lot smaller than I thought it was gonna be. What does it have on it? What are these? Potatoes. Seriously? Really? Potatoes. Okay, well, that doesn't help us at all. Let's finish these contracts. Oh, man. How much money do we have? We have $39,000. Okay, well, here's what we can do. $39,000, I think, actually gets us this lot. It does. Okay, this is a little bit larger. It doesn't look like there's anything on it. It looks like it's plowed. So I don't have to plow this one. Now let's see what the field condition is here. Now this field is a little bit bigger, a little bit nicer. Let's see. Field, not mulch, doesn't need rolling, doesn't need lime, is one level of fertilizer, doesn't have weeds. Stones? Okay, you know what? Field 4. Yeah, we're buying this one. Yeah, we're definitely now the proud owners of Field 4 here. Yeah, okay. That is actually really, really good. I'm actually quite happy with that. And I guess we're gonna have a sunflower farm at some point because I'm planning on buying this farm here, I think. But we'll see. We might not. We might just buy the fields around it. Leave the sunflower farm to do its own thing. But yeah, this is now our first field, guys. We now have a field, and this weather is horrible. Can we not have this? Okay, well, we do have a little bit of time left, and I think what we need to do is if we go into here and we go to Farmhouses. I should have a tent. All right. Well, I guess for the time being, we kind of just gotta. Where can I put this? This is my home now, I guess. We will put our home underneath this tree and hope for the best. This is our home. This is where we live now. Oh, I completely destroyed the road. Well, at least we can sleep the night away and we can get to our next month and we can get rid of this horrible hail that we're getting in the middle of August. So hopefully that's not a sign of things to come. But here's what I'm thinking. We're going to be starting off probably with silage. Just like any other good series we would start. Like most people do, started with some silage. So we've got this tent. I wrecked the road. I probably can't fix the road. I could try. I don't think it's going to work though. But if I... Yeah, I didn't think so. That's unfortunate. I might need to install a mod to be able to kind of patch that up. But I have smoothed out what I can. And that's the most that I can do. So this is our field here. This is what we own. With that being said, that's not great. There's not a lot here for us to work with. We're gonna have to do some other contracts because we've only got $7,000, which is not great. Realistically, I'd like to get into animals, but we definitely need to probably do some grass and some silage. And we need to get some storage, and yeah, so that's all going to be coming up. But that's all I have time for today, guys. We got a lot done today. How many contracts did we do? We did like 7 contracts today. I'd say that's a pretty good start. We've got our first lot of land. We've still got $7,000 in the bank. And if we take a look in the shop, there's nothing that we can buy. Still, this thing would be kind of fun. But yeah, 41 kilometers an hour, little front loader. No, it's not worth it. Anyways, thank you guys all so much for watching. If you guys did enjoy this, please be sure to hit that like button and subscribe for more Farming Simulator 25. And we will see you guys all in the next video. Hello everybody and welcome back to episode 2 of Farming Simulator 25. This is our first playthrough. I haven't really come up with a name for this series yet, but we're just calling it Farming Sim 25 for right now. And yeah, so last episode we got ourselves our first lot of land up on field. I believe it was field 3 if we're not mistaken. You go on up here, or field 4 is what we have, and we have ourselves our little tent here, and we got ourselves field 4. Now I have gone ahead and installed precision farming, which is fantastic, and yeah, so I have turned this all on. I think I still gotta mess with some of the settings so that I have to buy this information, but I don't really know what happened here exactly, but yeah, anyways, so we've got precision farming on now, so that should hopefully help us with doing some of our contracts. So that's honestly what we're going to be starting off with today, because first goal that I want to get is I kind of want to see if we can buy our first tractor. Now for our first tractor, probably starting out with something small. I've installed a couple of mods. I'm thinking I'm going to try and get one of the Duke bars, probably the 4-wheel drive. This guy here is kind of what I'm thinking. Gives us 71 horsepower to start, which gets us access to some basic stuff. The only other thing that I could try for is this guy here, but that's a lot of money to get us started. So I'm thinking if we can get this guy here. I'm not sure if I can get a front loader. I can get a front loader attacher, which was something that I wanted. Now I do have universal auto load installed for this series, guys, but I think for the beginning I kind of want to start out with a basic, still using the front loaders and not relying on auto load. So to start off today, well, we got to see how much money we're gonna need to get to where we need to be for, I guess, parts, stuff like that. So I think I'm gonna put a hauler or a hoyer, or however the heck you say that on here. We're gonna want a canopy, you know, just cause, you know, we're gonna be working in the weather and stuff like that. Standard wheel setup. I guess this is kind of where by the way, crop destruction is on. You can like front weight standard. That is it. Extra money. Not gonna have a front weights on. Okay. So we need to come up with $23,200. to get ourselves our first tractor, and then we can start getting our front loaders, and then we can actually start bringing stuff over to our shop. And then the other thing that I want to get today, if we go look in trailers, I want to get us, I believe, this guy here. So this thing is very versatile. You can do a lot of stuff with this thing, and it's very customizable. So I want to get us one of these, so we're going to need another $15,000 for that, or we could start out with something simple and kind of work our way down. But I don't know. We'll see how things go. This thing can be customized as well to give us some extensions and stuff like that. Make it a bale trailer, 4 meter. This might be another good option to get us started, because then, again, this is something that we can kind of start out with. So yeah, so let's see what contracts we have going on today. Obviously, we are in a new month. We're gonna be getting to a point where we need to do some contracts here. Now I can increase the speed because I just had it on low while I was doing some editing of the last episode. So we'll put it back up to 5 times speed because it seems to be a reasonable thing to kind of make sure we're not trying to use the system and do too much all in one day. So if we take a look here, there's not a lot that we can do other than some crappy harvests. I do not like doing vegetable harvesting. It is a very, very, very long and slow process, and it's not fun ever. We do have another spraying contract though, which is really right close to the shop, and we do already have a little bit of herbicide. But let's see, we're gonna need 1,800 liters, so we're basically gonna need to buy a new barrel anyways, which isn't that big a deal. So we could definitely do this one, and probably won't bother doing this one. But for $10,000, it's gonna cost us 2,200 bucks in material. Do you have any other options for cultivating contract? Wouldn't be too bad. Yeah, we could probably do these, because these two are close together, and then this guy isn't too far either, and these shouldn't take us to this one. 20 minutes, 13 minutes, 13. Okay, so let's go ahead and we'll do this. This one's probably the biggest cultivator right here, so we'll lease this. So we'll borrow this item, then we will accept this one. This one. Perfect. Okay, so we have ourselves our tractor. We have ourselves our large cultivator. This seems like a pretty big cultivator for this Voltra, if I'm being honest. But yeah, so let's just see what we can do, and we will go and start working on these contracts to see if we can get ourselves our first tractor so that we can start farming. Alrighty, we are back over here at the shop, so we can now complete these contracts, and we can see how much money we came out with. I think we did okay. Only $18,000. That is enough to buy the tractor, but not enough to get us the upgrades that we wanted. So we're gonna have to do, yet again, some more contracts. So let's go ahead and head on over to our contracts tab, see what we have access to. Bale wrapping wouldn't be too bad. It wouldn't take us too long to get these two done. They aren't going to cost us all that much money. We're going to walk away with just over $10,000 if we go ahead and do the contract, which would be enough to get us a trailer and our what are the words that I'm looking for here? It doesn't really matter because it's still not enough money to probably buy all the other attachments and things. Now, if we were to do this, now I do not want to do this one myself. If I'm gonna do this, I am probably going to set up an AI worker because it's gonna cost me a lot, but that means I'm gonna lose more money. I'm just gonna say it's probably gonna cost me about $1,000 to have an AI worker work for an hour to do this field, but so it's gonna cost me almost $2,000 off of the final thing here. We could do this one. This one wouldn't take us too long to do. It says it's going to take an hour. It's not going to take an hour. So you know what? Let's do this. We're going to get about $8,000. That'll be enough to get us where we need to be, get us moving on our current plans, and then we can start looking into doing contracts, see what else is available. Okay, so we're going to borrow this item, and we're going to have to buy ourselves some more herbicide. And then if we look here, all right, we're going to need to buy another thing, herbicide. Now it's kind of funny, in the last video, I looked right at the herbicide. Like, oh man, I'm looking at liquid fertilizer, and I'm sure some people were just screaming at the screen saying herbicide is literally right next to it. So if we just come over here, all we need is one should be more than enough. We're actually going to put it all in even that container, and then we can combine everything, and hopefully we can come out with a bunch of excess at the end as well. So if we just do this, we can start filling, and then we'll back up and we will refill with that other tank as well, and then whatever else is left over, we will drop back here at the shop again when we are finished. So tuck on over like this, do a little bit of that, and we get an extra 700 liters. It says it's going to use 1,800 liters. I'm hoping we don't use that much. Hoping that we have a bunch of excess, but let's see what happens. So we're going to make our way on over to our next field, on field 28, which I believe is on the other side. Okay, it's just right here. Okay, we can get to that quite easily. If we just make a right-hand turn, we'll be there. So let's get on to doing this spraying contract. Alright, well, we finished the herbicide contract, and we used pretty much just about 2,000 liters. We pretty much have the same amount. Actually, we used more. Yeah, we used almost the whole jug. We had 700 liters when we started, left over. Pretty much what we have now. I'm glad we had that, because I thought we were honestly going to run out, but we used 2,000 liters on that field instead of the, like, 1,800 liters or whatever it said we were going to use, so... yeah, I guess I had a little bit of wastage, but it is what it is. So we completed the contract, though, so let's go here, take a look. I don't think there's another spraying contract that's worth our while. That's not worth it at all. It's saying that it's not worth it. So we're going to go ahead and complete this, and we're going to walk away with $8,400. So if we hit collect on that, that gets us up to $26,000, which buys us the tractor, buys us everything that we need. But it doesn't really get us much more after that. It's not going to get us the trailer that we wanted. So are there any other contracts that... okay, The next thing is that we have to start looking at is things like seeders and all those types of things. So if we go ahead and scroll on down, I think past it. Is it seeders? I'm probably going to start out with something like this. This thing needs only 60 horsepower to get us going, so that should be good enough. I don't know what the difference is between these two, or if there is really one at all, but I know that we can hook them together, which is kind of fun. So attachers, side with got it. We're not going to do attachers to start. We're just going to start with this guy here. Pretty much that's all we need. Actual tires on. I don't know what these types of tires are, but we're gonna go with something like probably like this. Probably something more what we're looking for. Yeah. So I don't know if that's gonna drop, but we'll find out. So we'll start with something like this. We're gonna need that or $7,000 to get the seeder that we start out with. But let's go ahead and take a look at our tractor. 60 horsepower. I know actually the other thing I want to make sure was if we had enough plow. 260. Okay, that's a problem. Release. I'm not gonna be able to do anything with these plows. I'm gonna have to look into getting us a different plow to be able to do here. Or we might be able to do subsoilers. Where is the subsoiler that I want? 150 horsepower. Okay. 20 horsepower. I'm using a plow. This is perfectly okay. Wow. Now this would be ideal, but I don't think this will work for plow or for field creation. The plow and create fields. Yeah. And this is what I want is the guy here. I don't horsepower to do it. It needs 260 horsepower for this thing. That is crazy. Okay. Well, maybe we'll have to look into seeing what other options we have for plows, or we might have to lease a machine to plow our fields. Kind of ridiculous, but get us started. Actually, is a mower gonna work on this thing too? I'm not even paying attention to some of the attachers. That tractor that I was looking at might not actually work for what we need. So if we go down to mowers, I know I installed a couple additional kind of low tier mowers. This guy here requires 60 horsepower, so this will work on our tractor mowing if we want fast work. So it's going to take a lot of passes to mow everything, but it will do the job. It's long of a process as it's going to be, and then like upgrading to like this, that's 110, that's 60 horsepower. This one it requires 120, so yeah, we are definitely gonna need to do some tractor upgrades, but our first tractor that's gonna get us started will work. Not ideal to start out with, but you know, let's start with getting ourselves our four-wheel drive, bigger engine. Oh, I didn't even account for the big engine. Front loader, we want the haulier, or power. One my canopy for an extra 500 bucks. Not really worth it, but that's okay. 24,000. We're gonna take the plate off because we don't care for that. Wheel setup, I guess we'll leave it as is for now, because we are getting front loader and engine to give us that 71 horsepower to make it all possible. Else, because we're 5, and I want the extra horsepower, so we can go ahead. This guy. Boom. That only leaves me with 1,900. I don't even think that's gonna get us our front loader. Yeah, so our first front loader is gonna take 8,500 bucks. Kind of ridiculous. Wow. Oh, I didn't realize there was a horsepower requirement for these things. That's unfortunate. I probably should have looked at that prior to putting a front loader on this thing, but that's okay. We now have our first tractor, guys. This thing is gonna be super slow. We can get to 31 kilometers an hour, which isn't that bad. I'm actually kind of impressed. But yeah, this is our tractor. That's how we're going to do things. I was hoping to get something to be able to get the front loader for it, but that's obviously not happening. Now I do think that we do have the ability to take out loans, but I don't really want to get into this yet, because, or at least not this version of it, because it's not really worth it for it. Yeah. Alright, so we've spent $92,000. Spent another $5,400 here. Yeah, this is not ideal. We've spent more than we have. We've obviously walked away with pretty much nothing. Or actually, that first month was because I started with 100 grand, I think, and I had to take away a whole bunch from it with nothing. That's what happened there. But we are not where we need to be. So we got our tractor. It's adorable, but we have definitely got more to do. So let's go ahead and take a look at more contracts, because contracts are the way to go, I guess. What can we do? I don't want to do any of these harvesting contracts. Don't. Might have to do this one. This is going to take a long time. But it's going to get us everything that we need for today. And then we can actually start focusing on maybe planting some grass. So we're going to go ahead and we are going to borrow these items and accept this contract. And I think I am just going to probably set up an AI worker for this, because I'll do some other things, maybe do some other contracts, because this is going to take a long time. But we'll see, maybe I'll do it. But it's probably going to cost us a lot in wages to do this, so we'll see what happens. So with that being said, we're just going to go ahead and move on to getting this guy set up. Okay, as you can see, I have $0. I decided to pay an AI worker to help us out, and it drained me all my money. That's how long it took to plow that field. But it's done. I finished it off. I didn't think it was going to cost me like $2,500 in wages, pretty much, to do all that. But the field has been plowed, so let's accept our money. Get a little bit of money back in the bank, and then we're gonna sleep in because we're broke. We're not broke now. That's fantastic. So now we should probably go to our fancy tent all the way up here on field for a little nap, and hope that tomorrow is a better day. September, we're going into October. I feel like we're going to be running out of contracts here towards the end of the year. We may need to resort to some other options. I feel like buying the tractor probably was a bad idea. Probably should have saved up to buy this field over here or some other lot of land so that we could have gotten some greenhouses down and some other things. Because we still haven't have anything planted on here, which is not helpful. So we're in the month of October, so pretty much we can't do anything now until the new year. Barley planting season. Could plant some barley, but I feel like that's not going to make us any money on that small little field. So we should probably be doing grass, making silage. So to do that, let's see actually, how much is a... That was going to cost us. Let's see, factories, greenhouses, rice sapling. Oh, it's going to cost us $18,000. We do have enough for a medium tarp greenhouse, but that's not ideal. I'd like to get the large tarp greenhouse double, but I mean we could just get 2 of these and be the same. We just have to fill it more frequently. So let's go take a look wherever our field is.
Wouldn't take up too much space, which isn't too bad, which is actually great news for us. But I think that what we need to be paying attention to here is how level the land is. We're gonna wreck our fields probably by placing this down, which is very, very unfortunate. But I'm thinking if we put one down right here, do another couple contracts, I should probably sell the tractor. Fortunate. But we could do this. Got the field prepped. No, we'll keep the tractor. We need to put this down. Can't do that until we make a little bit more money. Want to get 2 of these down, start making some income, and then we're gonna have to buy. Oh boy, where is it? We need to buy a tanker trailer and fill with water. There we go. Barrels. So we're gonna need this, which is not ideal. It's extremely small. I'd like to get this one. But this guy here will probably have to do for us to refill those greenhouses and start off. But first things first, we should take our tractor here. We need to buy that seeder, get us some seeds. We need to go plant that grass field, start, and then go from there. Let's get that done. Alrighty, well, we have ourselves a grass field planted. Let's go and take a look to see anything that is needed more on this done. So if we look here, 5. I don't know what this means. Environmental score, nitrogen, pH, village, environmental score. Sell price. Oh, here we go. This is how we buy the soil information. So we can get it for $5.25. Let's pick that up. Can I buy it? Purchase soil information. Oh, so it slowly increases it the more I buy it. I'm not quite sure how this works, but okay. So we've increased our soil sample. Okay, so we have done that. So tram lines doesn't show lines, so it doesn't show that stuff yet. Okay, so we have soil sampling done. We haven't done a lot of pH level is low and nitrogen mediocre. So I mean, other than that, soil types, pH, nitrogen. I don't know if it's bad or good. But if we look at that, it looks like it's all growing. Weeds, none. Plowing, none. Rolling, no. Mulch, no. Okay, how is our yield rate? We're at 63%. See what it says. Okay, pH level okay. Yield potential 100%, 26.2 hectare. Yield expected yield is 97%. Nitrogen is perfect. pH level is okay. Okay, perfect. So this is good. Feed rate standard. Yeah, I still have to learn how some of this stuff works, but yeah, I mean, our field is planted, so I'd call that a great success to start. So we're just gonna go and take this thing, and we're gonna park this thing behind the tent for now, underneath this little tree. Somewhere to park some of our machinery since we don't have any space to do so yet. And I guess we're gonna have to do some more contracts, but at least that's planted. So it's October now, so we'll get a partial yield harvest in March. That's a long way to go. So we need to get a greenhouse up and running here as soon as possible, I believe. But today, I think that we've done quite well. I'm not quite sure how much more we're going to be able to do today. I think we're going to leave it there. We got ourselves a seeder, a tractor, and we've planted our field. I think for next episode, we need to do some more contracts and try and get ourselves a couple of greenhouses put along that back little roadway down there, and then I think that should be good, and then we can have hopefully a grass harvest in the next episode, because once we get the greenhouses down, that'll start making us some money. So we have to buy the greenhouse, so we need $18,000 for the greenhouse. Actually, do we have enough to buy a trailer? I guess we do have enough to buy this, so that's great. So really all we need to do is we need to make another $18,000 to try and get $18,000 to try and get that what we need. And ooh, cotton harvesting isn't too bad. It's a bit of a slow process, but 30 and 28, that'd be a pretty good harvest actually. I don't know if I would want to use. Probably this one, because this is a much easier setup to work with. Price tag. There's another one at 59 to do. Okay, I think next episode we're going to be doing some cotton harvesting. There's a lot of cotton harvesting to do. So, next episode, guys, we're going to do some cotton harvesting. It's that time of year for, I guess, the cotton harvest. And then we can do a whole bunch of those and maybe buy this field here as well, because that's a lot of money that we'll be able to do. That's also going to be a lot of cotton harvesting. It's going to be a lot of long time lapses for me to edit together for you guys. But yeah, guys, if you guys did enjoy today's video, please be sure to hit that like button, subscribe if you're new. Stay tuned for some more Farming Simulator 25 right here on the channel, and we'll see you guys all in the next episode. Hello everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Farming Simulator. Today is episode 3, and we are here at our field where we planted some grass last episode. We also got ourselves our seeder and tractor, so we are well on our way to making ourselves some actual money. Now, at the end of last episode, I said that we needed to make ourselves a lot more money because we need to do some expansions and we need to do some combining of fields, and like there is so much work that needs to be done here, and to get all of that done we need obviously money to do that. So today's episode we're going to start out again with, as you guessed, probably some more contracts. There are some good ones out there. We got some cultivating contracts which look pretty good. We might get to some of those a little bit later, but some of the ones that I want to get to for sure today is I want to do some cotton harvesting contracts. These things are so profitable. We can make, look at this. This one here is saying that if I do this, I am going to make $30,000 off this when it's all said and done, which is absolutely bananas. And so I'm thinking if I do a couple of these, I wanted to get this one, I think, because I want the truck and trailer instead of this claw picker, because I'm not sure how that one works. So I want to do probably this guy on field 30. I want to do field 28 afterwards, and then we'll probably do this one here, because that one's close as well. It's only like from, so 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm just going to go absolutely bananas on contracts here so that we get a boatload of money together. So with all that being said, I'm just going to start, I'm going to borrow the items, accept this contract. I think it's this one. Yeah, so I'm going to do this one after that. Then I'm going to do this one after that. And then we will start with those 3 and we'll see how far we make it and how much money we make. But guys, I'm just going to get started. There is a lot of work to be done here. You can see we got ourselves a pretty good harvester. We got the big old John Deere. Unfortunately, cotton harvesting is very time consuming, so this is going to take me a lot of time to get all of this done. So we'll have to see how this all goes. But yeah, so let me get everything all ready to go and get everything over to our first field and start harvesting. And I hope you guys enjoy the time lapses, because this is pretty much just going to be a pretty chill, watch some farming time lapses kind of day while we get ourselves some money together. welcome back. That I don't even know how much editing I'm gonna have to do to get all that stuff together, but I have probably recorded anywhere between 4 and 5 hours of footage for cotton harvesting. We have done, and that was only 4 contracts, I'm pretty sure. Four contracts. Now, if you do remember, we started with like $8,000 today. We made a ton of money off of selling product. And if we go into our finances here and we go look at sold bales, we made an extra $67,000 off of cotton bales. Cotton farming is so profitable, but it is such a painful process, man. I don't know. We might do cotton farming in this series. We may not, but wow. And that was literally just from selling, I think, 2 bales. Which it was that. Just 2 bales. So that's only like 20,000 liters of cotton. And like, I don't even know where we are right now. We're not even in like the most profitable. We're pretty close to the most profitable time of year for cotton, but like that is nuts. So with all of that, we now have $76,000. We haven't even accepted our contract completions yet. So let's go ahead and do that and see how much money we have to work with. Because I think it's going to be ridiculous. Now, like I said, I spent probably over 5 hours. We have $130,000. We were already over 100 grand. This is insane. Okay, we need to definitely sleep to the next day, and we need to spend some money. We need to do all of this in a timely fashion, because this is absolutely crazy. I cannot believe that we have gotten this far this fast. Like, we are on episode 3 right now, and we have got our first grass field planted. We're about to buy another field. Like, if we just go and take a look, we are definitely buying field 5. We might be able to buy field 6. So, like, honestly, like, if we could buy all of these, we could, yeah, we're gonna buy all these. We're doing it. Field 1, that's 165 grand. This one is 125, or, sorry, that much. Wow, okay. So yeah, let's go ahead. We're gonna definitely buy this one. So if we buy this field, start with that. I don't think anything's planted on it yet. I think it's, actually, if anything was planted on. I hope there isn't anything planted. They probably should have checked that prior to doing that, but I'm pretty sure something is on it. Oh, there isn't, but it needs plowing. That's gonna be a problem. It might be time to sell that tractor. You know what? Yeah, we're gonna go sell that tractor, because we can now, because we have so much money, man, we can probably buy a tractor. And I'm thinking, if we go with the classic Fiat, this thing has the ability for a front loader, but I don't really need the front loader. As much as I'd like one, we could go for our Agro Star, and this thing has 230 power, which would be enough for us to do some plowing. So I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna buy this guy. I don't know, what is this? Compact. Oh yeah, okay. We need this. I forgot about this. The Ursa Pro Compact. So this is for precision farming. The Ursa Pro Compact detects the real nitrogen demand of your crops while driving this sensor over your field. You'll get more precise information on nitrogen required. With this information, the fertilization will be more accurate and result in higher yields. So this is something that we're definitely going to need. We might not get it right now because we don't need it because we've already planted. Actually, we are going to be planting that other field. Do we do it? Get it? Might. You know what? Let's drive our other tractor home, or back, not home. We are at home. Let's drive this thing back to the shop, and then we will see how much money we're gonna get for this thing. I know I just bought it, but I did not expect to have this kind of money from doing those contracts. So I will see you guys back at the shop. All right, everyone, we have made it to the shop, and we are going to be selling this thing. We barely used this thing, and I feel like it was almost a complete waste of money now, but I mean, Okay, we're only losing about $1,000 on it, which isn't horrible. So we're gonna go ahead and sell that. We've got $129,000. So with that in mind, if we go take a look at even our, what do we have for small tractors? You like nothing that is like better than what I could go get that other. Like this one would be kind of cool. I'd love to get a Vestrum series down the line here. Like there's this guy here, which is a very good starter tractor as well. $1,000. But like honestly, I want something that's got over 200 horsepower so that I can get a plow on it. And that other tractor, this guy here, where'd he go? This guy, where is my AgroStar? Here we go, AgroStar. This guy. Yeah, we need this. This thing is going to be an absolute beast. I've used this thing so many times in the past, and I love this tractor. I don't know why I like this tractor so much, but this. So we are getting this. I have enough money to get this, greenhouse, trailer, all this stuff. So we are going to totally capitalize on this, and we're going to buy everything that we need, get some of this stuff, and then like with having the greenhouses, that's passive income that can start getting us more things as well. So like it's a win-win all the way around. So we need to buy this. This thing also will be able to. I won't need to buy another tractor for a long time if I get this thing. Like I won't need to get anything for quite some time. So let's get rid of the plates. That's tractors don't. No. We are gonna need this system soon. Not like right away, but soon. I think after we do our first silage harvest, we will probably get this system. Or once we start moving into other things, but we don't really need this right now. So if we buy this thing, we're gonna buy it, $89,000. That leaves us $39,000. Okay, so where is this thing? Look at it. It is amazing. This thing is way beefier, way better. Everything about it. I'm so happy that we actually finally have a good tractor. And we're only in episode 3, so we are absolutely killing it right now with all of the stuff that we've been doing. Now, this thing is an absolute monster, and I love just the cab of this thing. I've used this thing so many times in the past, and I've just sat in here and operated a cab like this. I love this cab. I love it. I don't know why, but I just love this tractor. This thing is so cool. Moving on though, let's go over to our farm, wherever it is. So we now have these 2 lots of land. So we need to plow these 2 together. But first thing is first, I want a greenhouse. And I'm also thinking I might, when I plow these together, I might just square this off entirely and make all of this like regular stuff here and make this just one big grass field. Then I have a spot to put my greenhouses and my bunker silo. I'm hoping all of that will be there. So while we are on that topic, let's see what we can do. So we're gonna, first things first, we need to get ourselves a plow before we head back. So if we go down here and we look at plows, I did install. Funny thing is, I did actually install a smaller plow for this series, so that we wouldn't have this issue. And I think that 260 is what it needs. I don't really have that, but if I push it, I probably could. 160. Yeah, I think we could probably get away with this guy. We're not quite at that 260 mark, because I think, what were we at? What does this thing got capabilities of? Sorry, real quick, we got to go take a look at our vehicles. And this thing has 230 horsepower. I think it'll work, though. I think. I'm hoping that it's just not going to struggle too much, but I think. So we're going to go grab this guy. You're going to pick 7. Maybe we just struggle with this guy. Maybe this guy. This guy. Yeah, I like this one. Let's go with this one. Yeah, we're going to go with this. This is a good starter one. 75 horsepower, super easy. Okay, we're going to pick that up, no problem. We're going to go plow these 2 fields together. We're going to get our greenhouses down, and we're going to make our fields the way that we want it, and then from there, let's head on back up to the farm and go and get everything set up. so we have got these fields plowed together here, and if we take a look here on the map, it should be all one field now. That is fantastic. That's all one field now. So now what I want to do is I want to kind of carve all this out. I know I just plowed to combine these, but like thinking if we kind of just carve out all this grass that we planted, which now I feel kind of stupid about doing, but that's okay. We go ahead. Oh, and I need to buy precision farming. We need to pick up soil information for the lot. Well, okay. There we go. Okay, so we have silty clay, sandy loam. Okay, see, this is information that we didn't have before. Now we know. How that's gonna all look once all this is, now that it's all combined. I'm not sure why it's not showing information right now, but that's okay. But yeah, so now that's all said and done. Now we need to kind of just do a little bit of terraforming here, and it looks like we got some stones in here that we're gonna have to deal with in a little bit. So let's go ahead and go. This isn't going to cost me. I'm gonna find out now. A lot more options. I just want grass. Are there different types of grass? Go with this one, I guess. Brush size, and start with maybe this edge for now. Cost me quite expensive, actually. Okay. Alright. I don't want to destroy the road. Change our brush size. Like this. Yeah, like that, yeah. Okay, it won't let us get close to the road. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Not bad. Get rid of all this grass. That. $31,000. Okay, so this gives us enough to place our first green. So if we want to do that, more. I'd like to be able to place 2 greenhouses down, to at least enough space to place 2. So to do that, you spend more money. Okay, I think we have enough money to make all of this just one nice kind of square. I don't think it's that big of an issue. Now, the only problem is I'd like to try and line it up and make this one big square field. I want to plan on clearing out this stuff here. That might have to do some more work down the line. But let's start with that. That's going to be our line. We are a lot of space here. I don't realize how much. Ooh, don't do that. Okay. Nice, clean, cut across. Costing me money than I wanted it to, but this is also giving us the space that we're for our productions, our bunker silos, all that stuff. Okay, there we go. Now we just got to paint all over all of this stuff. Zoom in, we'll kind of clean all this up now. Brush size smaller, and clean up, touch up. There we go. Okay. Three. Alright, so we have the ability now to place our first couple greenhouses, which is awesome. I think that we are going to kind of figure out some good spots here now that we've got this all figured out. I'm thinking probably right around here, and then we're probably eventually going to cut a road, kind of work our way through, and we'll have our greenhouses, our bunker silos, all of that kind of lined up in this general area. And then have spaces for other things as well. So we get like some bale storage, because I'd like to get into baling this stuff, get away from the bunker silos as soon as possible and baling.
and then we have the option to do silage via bales, which is way easier to deliver, and then it also gets rid of the process of needing like forage wagons. So I think that these two fields that we finally have now, we just need to get some of these productions down. So I think the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to put down a greenhouse, probably just right in line here. Put one, line it up, give myself a little space along the back. A little bit of rotation. Water is right at the road. Water out is road. It should put this stuff out on the bottom. And if we put one right there, that is perfect. It didn't really deform the ground too much, which is great. Don't have enough money to place another one, but we do have enough money to get our trailer that we wanted. Which trailer can we get? Is we gonna be able to just get the small one? Or do we get a little bit more money and get the bigger one? 17. You know what? That is a problem for next episode. You know what? That's a problem for next episode. So far, right now, so let's... Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to just get out of the tractor. We have our second field. We have a tractor, a medium-sized tractor with 230 horsepower. We got ourselves a plow. We got ourselves a green. I'd say, with the amount of work that we had to put in today to achieve all this, I'd say that that is a great spot to leave things off. Next episode, we are going to get ourselves some better stuff for filling this thing with water. We'll get some productions going. We're probably gonna have to do a couple more contracts to get us rolling. But then, if we can get a second greenhouse going, get our bunker silo, we can sleep our way all the way to March for our first grass harvest, and hopefully we'll have enough money to get our mowers, and we will go from there. So with all that, thank you guys so much for watching. I will see you guys all in the next episode. Hello everybody, and welcome back to episode 4 of Farming Simulator 25. Today we have quite a bit to do. Now last episode we actually got quite a bit done. You can see we got ourselves our fancy new medium-sized tractor. It's funny that we had the other smaller douche far, and the fact that we barely used the thing. So, the thing that I am going for today is we got our greenhouse going, we combined our two fields. But this field here... apparently, it needs some work. It requires plowing, which means it's probably going to require rolling. This requires rolling. So a couple things that we're going to have to do today is we're going to need to plow this. We're going to need to get ourselves a roller. We need to get ourselves a trailer to fill up the greenhouse. And then we need to plant this so that this is ready to be harvested sometime after this is ready to be harvested. And just, it's a whole thing, guys. So here's what we're going to do. First things first, we're going to go ahead, we're going to plow this entire field, and then I know that there's going to be stones, so we're definitely going to roll this field. But if we can plow this and plant our grass, and then we roll it, we can roll this entire field all in one shot. So I think that's what we're going to start with, and then we'll move into doing some contracts with the greenhouse. Now, for rollers, we are going to need to buy a roller. So if we go ahead and look at rollers... I always forget where these are rollers. Here we go. We got a couple of small rollers. Now I'm thinking this one's got 3 to 4 meters. Probably going to be our best bet. I'm thinking we go with the 4-meter one just to make our lives easier. And then we can go ahead and we can roll all of these fields. Now it says that like it's got lights as an option. I don't think we need that. That's for putting it on the front. We're going to be putting it on the back. So if we do a 4-meter work width and that's a $7,000 roller. We're going to go ahead and buy this. We are going to need it, which brings our money a little low. So first things first, I'm going to jump into our trusty old tractor here that we just bought last episode. I'm going to plow that field there that hasn't been plowed yet. Then we're going to go pick up the roller, bring it here, seed this, roll everything afterwards, and then we are going to focus on today's task.
Alrighty, everyone, I have finished preparing our new field. It is all finished and ready to go. I have plowed it, I have rolled it, and I have seeded it. It is all perfect and ready to go. Now, this field apparently can't be rolled because I guess I long to roll it. I'm wondering if it'll let me roll it after I do my first cut. We'll have to see. I may need to cultivate and read all of this. We'll see what happens, but this field here is ready. It is good to go. It is pretty much as good as it's going to get, which is perfect. So that is one thing out of the way. Next thing we need to do is we need to get some water for the greenhouses, and we need obviously to get a bigger trailer for that, and we also need to figure out where our nearest water source is. I don't know if there's a water source anywhere nearby here. Oh, we have a water tower that we can have water from this farmer's place, or if we're going to need get our own. We don't even have any like streams or anything by. Like, I guess we got the river here. That's a long way to go to get water. We got the watering hole that we could grab some water from here at the animal dealer. But if we want, we could probably just install our own water refill station on our property. And to do that, we are going... Oh, what's that under? It's underneath the factories. Generators. Oh, not farmhouses. Yeah, I think it's this guy here. Yeah, this guy here has a water spot in it. My water with tank water. This is another refill place. I'm not sure if this one costs me anything to get the water out of this, or if it's just a cheap fill station, or if we rainwater set up here. So if we wanted to do this, it's totally possible. Definitely something that we're to do. We're just going to come up with whatever money to do it. And thinking if we do it, we'll probably just throw it down somewhere like right here, nice and close to our entrance, not going to be of anything, and then we have a nice spot right at the road edge, or put it kind of somewhere around here. I'm not quite sure yet what. But to do all that, we need $17,000 for the trailer, and then we also need another $10,000 there. So we need to create, or we need to come up with $27,000. So let's take a look at what we got for contracts. And this month is not great for contracts, guys. Got some harvesting. Like, I don't want to do that one. Really don't. Could get into doing some of these nice and close to the shop. Should grab some of 39,000 minus off that 18. Really not walking away with much. If we're going to be wanting to do anything, we should probably look at getting maybe mowing contracts. Thinking this might be a good option for us. Go with this guy here. It's going to cost us a little bit more, but it's probably going to be more efficient than this setup. So I'm thinking we'll go probably with this one here. We're going to lose $1,000, but we can come up and get it done. And probably we'll do cultivating contracts. Stone pickers, $1,000. Probably end up doing a couple cultivating contracts. 30 and 46 are close together. So we have to do some contracts, and we got to see if we can come up with enough money to get this stuff a-rolling. So, get started, and we will contract. Alright, everybody, we have completed all of our contracts, all of our cultivating and all of our mowing contracts. If we go over here, take a little look-see, that one's not really worth doing. No new mowing contracts or anything, so we're just going to head on over here. We've completed all 4 contracts, as you can see. So we're going to collect all this, see how much money we got, see if we got enough to get everything done, which we are short still. Well, but that's okay. What we can do for now is we need to pick up our trailer, unless there's anything in here that we want to buy. I would really like to get one of these. This would be really handy, but that's not exactly where we need to be right now. So let's go ahead and we'll go get our watering trailer for our tractor. So we'll just pick this thing up, flat $17,000. We're gonna pick this guy up. We're gonna go pick it up from the shop. We're gonna refill our greenhouse and get that greenhouse running and all set up. And fingers crossed that by the time we make it to March, because we're gonna go ahead and sleep, we maybe have enough money to what are the words that I'm looking for? Hopefully we will have enough money to get the watering tower that we need, because we're only a few $1,000s short, but if we go ahead and do a few trips over to the river with this thing, we should be able to get ourselves into the spring and hopefully make us some money in the interim. Alright, everybody, we are now in March. We've slept for a few months. We've got our greenhouses all filled up with water. It's topped up once again, and that trailer is full. These guys are all ready to go. First month that I slept, I kind of messed up and forgot to switch it over to selling. So we've got this one skid here. So when we have something that can move this, we'll go sell it over at the farmer's market around the corner. But we're in March. So that means we are ready to cut and start figuring some stuff out. But the problem that we're going to run into is we are not going to have enough money to do any silage stuff here. So one of a couple things that I've been trying to figure out is right now actually on the market, you have the option of this baler. This baler is pretty good, to be honest, and I would like to get into square baling. Like, we are going to need this at some point. Problem is, if I want to get to, I have to get a bale wrapper, and I was thinking of doing bunker silos, but we can kind of skip right to baling. But the only problem is that the bale wrappers are quite expensive. I'm trying to think if it's worth it for us to lease a bale wrapper, but they're quite expensive. This is the cheapest one. So if I wanted to, per se, lease one of these, it's gonna be $3,200 for the day. Horrible? No. Kind of a waste of money. You have to do this probably for the first year or two. Just kind of unfortunate. Not to mention, we need something to be able to move square bales. Currently don't have anything that can because we sold the tractor that had the front loaders. So, yeah, I'm thinking we might have to actually go ahead and rebuy that old douche far, and probably gonna have to get the forks and all that for it. And it's going to be kind of our little machine that we're going to use moving stuff around here on property. So before we go ahead and do that, though, there's a couple contracts we can do so that we can actually afford to do all this stuff. A couple bale wrapping contracts. We'll go do one down on 45 and then one right up here. There aren't a lot of contracts as it is early in the season. So I'm thinking what we're going to do is we're going to accept these. So we're going to borrow the items. Yeah, we'll borrow these items for now, and we'll accept this contract. And then, yeah, so we can head over there. We can go get these contracts done, and then we'll see what we can do. Geez, bales are lined up for us right there. So let's head on over here. We'll grab this stuff, and then we are going to see if we can get all this equipment to get our grass harvested. Oh yeah, we're gonna pick up a mower. I have a couple of neat ideas. Whether or not it's gonna work or not, we're gonna find out. Alrighty, we are over here at the shop. We have got those contracts out of the way. We got $30,000 in the bank. So what can we get? Now this is the real question. Mowers. I installed a couple different ones, and the idea that I have, I don't know if it's gonna work. Don't think this. I wanted to see if it would work on the front. This looks like it would work on the back. But it looks like it might work on either direction, and it should, right? But I really wanted it to work with this one. This one was the one that I would love for it to work on the front or the back. So honestly, we're gonna pick this thing up. This one's got a slightly wider working width. I don't know if it's as wide as the tractor or not, but we're gonna find out. So if we buy this, 4100, this thing should hook up to the front, and then I'm probably gonna pick up that baler because it's a good price, even though we might not really be able to use it because of the plan that I've got. So if I go like this, what happens if I do lower it? Oh, it does. It might work on the front. I don't know, though. We'll have to see. We'll pick this thing up. We might need to go get a fertilizer as well, but, like, let's see. So if we go to the prices, this thing is on sale. I want this. This would have been great if it was the other variant that I was looking at, but, yeah. This is for round bales. I want to do square bales. Because I don't think there's any cheap round balers. And I couldn't really find any good ones in the mod shop, so kind of where we're at. So I'm thinking we're definitely going to go with the square baler, but we're going to pick this guy up as well. So, I think it's obviously she's pretty beat up, but what we can do is I'm thinking I just make everything a nice green, Nah, I'm just kidding. Probably do like a dark gray. No, that looks horrible. Maybe yellow is where it'll stay. Crone yellow, sure, we'll leave it at that. Bale net, put some standard twine in there for now, so that we have something to start with. It brings up to 8,300. All right, pick that up. Okay, so we're gonna take this, and if my plan works, I was wondering if this would work on the front, and then we could literally bale it behind us as we go. Whether or not this plan is gonna work, I'm not entirely sure. If it doesn't, well, we got big issues, but we'll have to figure that out as we go. So I will meet you guys back at the farm. Guys, we are back here at the shop. I'm going to sell this thing because I did not think this through. Why not just buy a mower that I know is going to work and that I know is going to be for a setup that I want to use later on down the road anyways. We lost a little bit of money by buying that. Not a lot, but that's okay. So if I want to now, though, I can literally come in here. I can pick up a front mower that I know is going. So if we come in here and we pick up this guy, this has got a good working width, and I know that this is going to work for us, and it's for a setup that I want down the road. But we're going to get this. Power requirements, we can do it, surprisingly enough. Between this guy and the baler, we can have this thing on front and bale behind. So we're going to get this. It's way more money. It's about 10 grand more. But, wait until you guys see what I actually have in store, and I think you guys will think that I am a genius. Either that or I'm an idiot. We're gonna find out. So, but what I'm thinking we can do, if I pull up to this guy, hook up to it, I can turn this guy on, unfold, B, unfold, come on, please tell me this is gonna work. And B, oh, it works. I can't believe it works. It's gonna work. My plan is gonna work. Oh, this is amazing. Okay, cool. I will see you guys all back at the farm. plan worked. We got ourselves 4 bales. I was hoping for a bit more of a yield than that, but maybe it was just because our first harvest might not have been great, because I don't know if pH levels were all good and all the precision farming stuff, but I think we got all that figured out. I've gone around, I've done some fertilizing. Where is our fertilizer? I did pick one up. Where did I leave it? It's lying around here somewhere. There it is. So I did pick up fertilizer, and I fertilized this field again, because we can't afford the grass care one that gives us an automatic fertilization state, but yeah. So we got ourselves 4 bales. Next episode, we got a whole bunch of work to do. I want to definitely just kind of do some more harvesting, let the greenhouse do some work, build ourselves up some money, and then we will work on seeing if we can purchase up our first bale wrapper to start being able to do some silage. We're going to need a bale trailer to be able to haul this stuff, and I've installed some other mods that hopefully will help us along with this process. But that's all we have time for today, guys. Thank you guys all so very much for watching today's episode. If you did enjoy, please be sure to hit that like button and subscribe for more. And let me know down in the comments if you guys are enjoying this series so far. If you guys are enjoying the time lapses, maybe if I should cut back on some of the time lapses, because a lot of these videos is really just a lot of time lapses of me harvesting. But if you guys are enjoying that, let me know down in the comments below, and we'll see you guys all in the next episode. Hello everybody, and welcome back to episode 5. I can't believe we're already on episode 5. That's pretty crazy. Last episode, we got ourselves our baler going. We got ourselves 4 bales. I was hoping for a bit of a better yield than that, but that's a-okay. Today, realistically, all we need to do is try to do maybe a couple more harvests. I want to get a good supply of bales before I lease the baler. So we're probably just going to end up sleeping here for a couple months. Let the greenhouse do some work, get us a little bit more money. And maybe if we're lucky, we can get a second greenhouse down today and double our income. And then we'll see what we can do after that. But yeah, let's go ahead, sleep a couple of months. We'll see if we can get to our next harvest for grass, which is going to be in June. And we will see where we are at. And hopefully maybe we'll have some good contracts that pop up between now and then that we can do. Guys, we have a big problem. Do you see what it says there? It says that bale is not supported. Oh no. Have I done what I think I've done? Oh no. If we, 220 centimeter. Oh no, was I making 240s? Oh no. Oh no. This could be horrible. We may have wasted an entire year's worth of harvesting. On bales that we can't turn into silage. What does this thing say? So 220 is the biggest we can go, but we had it set at 240. Okay, that's a big issue. Luckily, I just did a contract for Katie there with this bale wrapper. So we are gonna make a little bit of money back. But it's only 2,300 and I spent 3,200, so we've got a big issue. Oh boy. Dude. Okay. So we have all these bales, and we can't do anything with them. This was supposed to be, hold on a second, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. We have 18 bales. That was supposed to make us a good chunk of money. 18 bales would have made, so I'm just doing some math here real quick. So that's $520 a bale, and we have 18 bales. That's only $9,300. We just spent an entire year harvesting for $9,300 instead of $24,000. We lost $14,000 because I made it with the wrong bale size. Oh boy. I don't know what to do here. I don't. I really don't. Yeah. Okay, everybody, we are back here at the shop. We are gonna take a look to see what we can do here because we had a little bit of an issue. Obviously, now that we've figured out that we've got the wrong bales, I sold that little trailer that you guys probably saw in one of the time lapses, just sitting around the farm. And we are going to pick up some things today. So I wanted to get the Brant trailer. So I'm thinking we're just going to get our standard deck over. Machinery, square bales. So we're going to have a square bales tension configuration. Auto load, we're going to keep that disabled for now because we're not using that. So we'll just close that. And this is the guy that we're going to have. And because we're not using auto load, I want to get ourselves a loading trailer so that we can pick ourselves up a small skid steer. We've got some pallet forks back there because I tried those, and yeah, so I think we have enough money to do all of this. So if we do that, and then we go to here, and we go look at skid steers, we got ourselves this little itty-bitty John Deere, which I'm hoping is going to be able to at least load our trailer. Hopefully these bales aren't too heavy for it. This thing seems extremely unrealistic based on like weightage and tonnage and all that type of stuff and horsepower, but we're gonna try to use this thing around the farm until we can get ourselves a nicer skid steer, because I definitely, even if this thing is capable, it's definitely not a pretty sight. So $15,000 leaves us with $5,900. Now we have ourselves the tiniest skid steer of all time, and we have this big old trailer. So hopefully, if we just unfold that, and let's get this thing back to the farm so that we can do some work, sell those bales that we wasted a year making $9,000 for. At least that kind of paid for our trailer, I guess. So that's a plus, I guess.
Alright guys, we're gonna get these bales loaded up onto our trailer. Let's see if this thing can lift these bales. I'm hoping that it can. It's pretty heavy, but we are moving them. So let's get these bales all loaded up and get ready to take it over to the animal dealer to make us a nice, $9,000. Alrighty, everybody, we actually did a little bit better than I thought we were going to. We had about $5,000 when we were leaving off there, and we're up to 20,000. We got a couple thousand in environmental score bonuses, and then we also ended up actually getting, how much did we get actually in bales there? If we go look at our finances and we look at bales sold, we got $12,700. It's actually not that bad. I was actually quite surprised to see that. And then we did get some bonuses in environmental sales. But still, I got about $3,000 more than I thought I was going to get for all that. So we actually did pretty good. We're going to go ahead. We're going to sleep for at least a month, see what October brings us, see if there's any good contracts. I'm trying to get away from doing contracts here and see if we can get into more of a relying on our own income here. But next month, let's see how much money we have. We might be able to get down a second greenhouse. So I'll see you guys all in a little bit after we take a little bit of a nap. Alrighty, everybody, we are here in November. I have placed down our second greenhouse, so we are producing double the amount of money for lettuce now. You guys know that obviously our grass is growing. It's probably at its first stage right now, but we really can't harvest it now until March. So I was thinking about doing a whole bunch of contracts to make us some money, but guys, I'm telling myself right now, we're in year 2 going into year 3. I think that now we need to be doing contracts with our own equipment going forward if we want to do any contracts. So we're not leasing anything anymore unless we lease it from the shop. We're not going to do the cheap lease costs anymore. We're going to focus on our own productions and our own harvesting abilities, and we are going to start doing that as of this month. So we're going to kind of skip ahead here, I think. I think we're going to kind of make our way all the way to March so that we can do our next grass cut, and then we will start baling it at the regular size. So we will see you guys all in March. Welcome to March, everybody. Our greenhouses did great over the wintertime. I'm really glad that I got that second greenhouse up and running before the winter. We got so much money that we were able to build this lovely wind turbine well system. So what this thing is doing is it is pulling water up out of the ground and it is pumping it into this reservoir tank here, and we have all kinds of excess water that is coming our way now. So now we have an ability to get our water for refilling our greenhouses very quickly, which is amazing. It only costed us about $10,000 to build, so it was a great investment, I'd say. That will be paid for literally within a month and a half, 2 months from the greenhouses, and now we don't have to travel all the way over to buy the animal dealer to go get our water. So now that it's March, guys, you can see that we are pretty much at the time where it's time to go ahead and harvest. So we are ready to harvest, and we are going to go ahead and cut this grass, bale it up in the proper bale size this time. We're going to see how many we get. We're going to stack them all up and see how we do. But now it is time for another time lapse. We're full of them this episode, but hopefully this is the last one for today, and then we will hopefully wrap things up there.
Alright, everybody. Well, my plan worked. We got ourselves 4 bales. I was hoping for a bit more of a yield than that, but maybe it was just because our first harvest might not have been great, because I don't know if pH levels were all good and all the precision farming stuff, but I think we got all that figured out. I've gone around, I've done some fertilizing. Where is our fertilizer? I did pick one up. Where did I leave it? It's lying around here somewhere. There it is. So I did pick up fertilizer, and I fertilized this field again, because we can't afford the grass care one that gives us an automatic fertilization state, but yeah, so we got ourselves 4 bales. Next episode, we got a whole bunch of work to do. I want to definitely just kind of do some more harvesting, let the greenhouse do some work, build ourselves up some money, and then we will work on seeing if we can purchase up our first bale wrapper to start being able to do some silage. We're going to need a bale trailer to be able to haul this stuff, and I've installed some other mods that hopefully will help us along with this process. But that's all we have time for today, guys. Thank you guys all so very much for watching today's episode. If you did enjoy, please be sure to hit that like button and subscribe for more. And let me know down in the comments if you guys are enjoying this series so far. If you guys are enjoying the time lapses, maybe if I should cut back on some of the time lapses, because a lot of these videos is really just a lot of time lapses of me harvesting. But if you guys are enjoying that, let me know down in the comments below, and we'll see you guys all in the next episode.
Hello everybody, and welcome back to Farming Simulator 25. This is episode 6, and today we're just checking out our little greenhouse here to check to see how the lettuce is doing. It's all doing just fine and dandy, making us some good green in multiple ways, some nice green lettuce and some nice green cash. We are still in the month of March. We are going to go ahead and we're going to skip forward on time a little bit here. I don't think there's anything really going on this month contract-wise. A lot of just weird contracts that I don't have any of the equipment to do. I'm not going to waste my time doing some of these fertilizing contracts. You can see the profits are only a couple $100. So I think we're going to kind of skip ahead time. Our greenhouses are loaded with water, so they are ready to continue making us some money. Hopefully we can maybe sleep until our next harvest, and we should be able to buy our next field, and then we can do our grass cut and move on from there. So let's go ahead. We're going to jump ahead a little bit. We're going to do a little bit of odds and sods around the farm, and when hopefully we can maybe buy that field, do some contracts, and do a little bit of mowing. Alrighty, everybody, we have made it to the end of September, and I have been very busy. I actually realized I forgot to record mowing our own field, but we've done some contracts, so we can collect all of those. Where are they? So we've completed some contracts, which was great having that mower kicking around. We still have the mower, by the way. I'm not letting it go right away because it's actually only $350 a month to keep the lease, even though we're not using it. It gets a little expensive, obviously, the more hours that I put on it. We're going to roll over it at some point soon here, which will be a little expensive. But honestly, not really eating into us that much, only $350. The original lease cost was fairly expensive, so it's kind of worth it for me to just hold on to it until we can afford to get our own. But with that being said, we need to get ourselves a windrower. I've now cut all of our grass. It needs to be windrowed, and then it needs to be baled. So we're probably going to go with this one here, the Samaz Z2 840H. This thing's got a working width of 8.4 meters, which is perfect for our field. So we're going to go ahead, pick this up. We're going to go windrow everything, and then hopefully, before we run out of daylight, or we might actually just wait till next month. The field's cut, so it's okay. So now, oh, I do need to fertilize it, though. Okay, so maybe I'll quickly head back. I'm going to quickly fertilize the field, and then we're going to skip to next month where we will windrow and bale all of our grass from this year, and then we'll probably have to rent the baler for a month, and then do all that. So yeah, let's head on back to our yard, and then we will get all that done before the end of the day, and hopefully close out the episode there. Alrighty, everybody, we are now in the month of October, and now we are gonna see if we can go windrow this field, see how many bales we get, and yeah, I'm gonna test this bad boy out. So let's go see what this thing is capable of, and see if it makes our lives a little bit easier and a little bit quicker for baling. So let's see what we can do here. Alrighty, everybody, we have completed our harvest, and there is a lot of bales on the field, which I am quite happy with. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead, we're going to go grab our baler from the store. We're going to bale these guys up, and then we are going to load them all up onto the trailer. Or it's going to take quite a few trips to deliver all this stuff to the animal dealer. But yeah, so I will see you guys all once we, I guess, have all these baled up, and then we'll see if we can sleep a couple months, get all this stuff fermented, see where we're at, see if there's any equipment that comes for sale, and see what we can do about buying either more land. But I think we're probably maybe a harvest or two away from being able to afford our next field. So I will see you guys all when I bring the bale wrapper back from the store.
Okay, everybody, we have finished baling up everything, so now I gotta go through the process of loading up our trusty trailer here, seeing how many bales we can get up here. I might actually try to unfold this thing and maybe try to stack it 3 bales high. I don't know if it's gonna work because we barely have enough reach down on the ground, but if I drive up onto the trailer, I might be able to get a couple extra bales on this thing. But we're gonna see kind of what happens. So I'm gonna get all of these guys loaded up. I'm gonna stack all the other ones off the field so that we can do our field prep, and then hopefully we'll be ready for next month to go ahead and start selling this stuff. So I will see you guys once I've got a whole bunch of this stuff done, because there is a lot of work that I gotta do. So I will see you all in a little bit. Alright, everybody, we have made it to March. We are on our way to go sell all of our silage that we harvested in, I guess, what was it, September of last year. I'm not sure why it took so long, but it took almost like 2.5, almost 3 months for these bales to ferment. I guess square bales ferment a little differently than the round bales do. I didn't know that was a thing or not, or if that's even true at all. So I have got a lot of silage on this trailer right now. This is a very, very heavy load. We are carrying over 100,000 liters, so we're gonna see how much money this makes us. We do have another 10 bales, so that's what, like another 60,000 liters or so back at the farm. So let's pull on up here. Let's see how much money we make. And doo-doo, amazing, 32,000 plus another 4,000. Let's take a look-see, and we will be able to go load up one more load of 10 bales, and we'll see how much money we have. We definitely have enough to get our next field, which is awesome, and we'll see how much money we have left over. But let's go get that second load of bales and take it on over to the store. Alrighty, we are pulling up to, are you serious? You're just gonna walk right in front of me as I'm trying to make a delivery here? And just take your time, no big deal. I'm not in any hurry, I'm not here to sell anything. It's all good, don't worry about it. We're trying to make our second sale here. Let's just pull on in right over here, undo the tensioner belts, and we made another 17 plus 2. Awesome, okay. We have $100,000. Okay, it's been a while since we've had this much money. We got some decisions to make, but we'll head back on over to the farm before we talk about those. Alrighty, everybody, we have $100,000
$60,000. Now, we are so close to the goal in which I have, and I'm just a little bit short on the money side. So here's what I'm thinking what we're gonna do. We have got this field, which is ready obviously for its first cut. And what I wanna do is I wanna windrow it. But I might have to actually bale it all this time, because when we do the next harvest, we're gonna need, I'm planning on connecting these fields so they might not be in the same spot if I windrow it now and leave it on the field. But I also want to get rid of this rental, and I want to buy our own mower. And I do want this one right here. And if I get this one, we're going to be a little bit short, because I think we need, I don't know, we'll see. Let's go ahead and buy the land and see how much we've got. So if we go ahead and we buy field 7, it's going to cost us $67,000. We're getting a $676 discount. Thanks very much, Katie. That is so generous. So we're going to go ahead and buy field 7. That is going to double the amount that we just made, because that's going to double the amount of land that we own. So we're going to go ahead, we're going to buy this land. So we're going to go ahead, we're going to buy this 66 or 67,000. Okay. Hit yes, we now are the proud owners of field 7. That leaves us with $33,000. Yeah, we do not have enough. And if I go and look at our vehicles here, and we look at this guy here, it's only worth $15,000. We need 70. So that would get us all, if I go to the shop, I'll probably get 17 for it. So that brings us up to 60,000. So we are $10,000 short. So what I'm thinking is that what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to cut and bale this entire field, prep that field, get it all ready to go, go and sell the windrower after I'm done. I'll be able to return that mower. If we sleep for 3 months, or skip ahead 3 months, we should have enough money to go ahead and buy that, that new mower before we have to do our next harvest. So I'm going to get busy. I'm going to get started on all of that, and I will catch up with you guys in June, I guess.
everybody, we have got our field all grown. It is now June. I didn't realize that crop destruction actually worked on grass. I thought it didn't, but I guess it just knocks it down a state. So if it's in the first harvest state, it seems to stay. But anyways, don't mind that. Luckily, it's a small amount, but I've connected these two fields. I have plowed it together. I've seeded it all. It's all good to go. I still think I have some fertilization and some other ways to increase the yield that need to be done, but we'll do that after this harvest. And I had to do one mowing contract over on field 8 for Katie, and I was able to get our mower. So we do have the back mower now for our machine. So we are ready to do our first harvest. Now I haven't decided if I want to actually bale it and pick all this stuff up, because we actually got a decent amount of bales from that first harvest and just like getting this other field set up. I think we've got maybe 10 bales over there already, and so that's a decent amount of money. But I'm thinking if we do our first cut, we get everything on the field, maybe we leave it on the field, we just go ahead and fertilize over this, do the liming, fertilizing, whatever might be needed on that new field that I haven't touched yet. Then we'll see how much we yield, and then we can see where we're at. So I guess with all of that said, I'm going to jump into this tractor. I'm going to go ahead and cut this and see how much, see how well it does, and you guys will get to see the main difference now that we don't have that one extra step. Alrighty everybody, we have finished mowing the field with our brand new mower setup, and if you look behind me here, that is a lot of grass that needs to be baled. But I think we are actually going to wait until September. We're going to cut it one more time, bale it all up, because then we can just have a whole bunch of bales ready to go on the field, and then we can lease our bale wrapper once again. But goals for next episode, I'd like to make enough money so that I can maybe not be living in a tent. We are on year 4, guys, and we've been living in that tent for 4 years. I think we are due for at least some type of cabin at the very least. I think that we've earned that much. Other than that, I think that we need to get some proper storage going for our bales, because bale storage is going to start to become an issue here. So I think what we're going to do is I'm going to look at getting some type of auto load bale storage system that we can just kind of pile all of the bales into. I'm moving it all with the skid steer anyways, and it's a very slow process, but at least then it kind of consolidates it, and then when I pull it out, it's all stacked nice and neat, and it's one less little thing that I've got to do. One little part of automation that we're going to kind of start working towards here on our farm. But yeah, guys, I think that I didn't realize how much we got done today. I was just kind of putting this video together, and I'm like, wow, we bought 2 fields, combined them, harvested them, and we sold enough stuff to make $100,000, and we were able to get ourselves our mower set up on all the fields and all that stuff. That was a very productive episode.
Very productive episode. So pat on the back for everybody for sticking around this long if you're still watching. And this is amazing, guys. We are on episode 6. I think that our farm is coming along really, really well. Let me know what you guys think down in the comments section below. And I will see you guys all in the next episode. Once again, thank you guys all so much for watching, and have yourselves a wonderful day. Hello everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Farming Simulator 25. Last episode, we got ourselves a whole bunch of stuff done. We got ourselves our new mower set up, we got ourselves our 2 more fields and got them all connected up, and our first harvest done. And I don't know if you guys can see, but the weather right next to where the temperature and all that is, they're calling for a tornado. I haven't really experienced tornadoes in this. So we're gonna kind of see what happens. But anyways, we do have a couple of contracts that we can go do for some mowing contracts, which would make us some decent money. Because if you take a look, our money situation is a little bit dire. So I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna get those contracts done. I need to fertilize this field, and then once all that is done, I will bring you guys back. Alright, we are here over at the shop. We got this lovely weather going on. We have a tornado going on. It's happening out by field 38. It ripped through this area here, which is a little close for comfort, but it seems to have kind of worked its way outside of the map. But I've gone ahead, I've completed those 2 mowing contracts, so we're going to go ahead and collect both of these guys. And that should give us what we need to be able to get some more fertilizer and some lime as well, because we are out of that. We don't have any of that stuff. So if we head on into the shop, we're going to go ahead and we're going to pick up, I don't know, maybe 4 skids of lime, I'd say, because we go through it pretty quick. Pick up 4 skids of lime, and I'm thinking probably just 2 skids of fertilizer should be enough for now. So that way we have a decent supply. We're going to go ahead and we're going to jump in the shop's telehandler, and we're going to load ourselves up. It's kind of handy that this thing is here. I love the fact that this is available to us. I find it very, very helpful. So yeah, I'm gonna get this all loaded up. I'm gonna head back to the farm, and I'm gonna keep on keeping on with the work that I've been doing, and I will catch up with you guys when I am all finished and ready for the next steps. Alrighty, everybody, we are now in August. I've gotten these fields ready. As you can see, we're already starting to grow again. I did hire a AI worker to go ahead and help us out down over on the field 8 to do a contract for us. I'll probably send it to do another contract more towards the center of the map afterwards. But while it's doing that, I did say that I had a couple things I wanted to get done today. I wanted to get a bale storage installed, and I wanted to get us a cap. So if we go ahead and take a look at what we have here for silos, I'm thinking we're probably just going to go with a classic little tent. I think that if it was this one here, it holds 91 pieces and it should fit kind of in here quite nicely. Now I wanted the input to be facing the field so that I can just basically bring the stuff right in from the field, and the output to be over here because it's going to kind of be our loading area over in this area. So the idea is I'm probably going to place it a little bit of a ways away from the field just so that it's not interfering with anything. And I'm thinking this is probably going to deform the ground quite a bit, isn't it? If we place it right here and we do a little bit of smoothing, I think we should be okay. So if we place it there, how much did that affect the ground? Not too much. That's actually, I can probably just leave it like that. I think that's actually okay. Okay, perfect. So that is now our bale storage. So after we get the house put down, we'll be able to literally start stacking our bales in here, which is great. Somewhere to actually store these things, which is what we want. So now if we go over to farmhouses, I installed this little guy here, which I think will be perfect for our purposes. I think this is the front. And I was kind of just thinking probably somewhere around here, somewhere kind of close to the road. And then we can have like probably put a little parking pad next to it for us to park a pickup truck or something once we're ready. But what I want to make sure is we're kind of square. So I want to kind of keep everything kind of in the same area. So if we go ahead and place this back a little bit so we have some space to work. We place this guy right there. Okay, that kind of deformed the ground a little bit. We can fix that, no problem. Just do a little bit of softening, just like that. Oh, that's not going to fix that though, is it? Because it's probably interfering with the road. But if we just kind of pull this stuff up, can we slope? No target. There we go. Okay, I kind of messed this up. Can I soften? I can. There we go. That's actually a little bit better. Perfect. Okay. Do a little bit of softening over here. Tidy this up a little bit. Would like to tidy this up a little bit more. Can I set the slope again right here? Just bring this up. Why want to raise? Can I raise? No? Lower? No, not going to do anything. Okay, well, we tried. So yeah, that's all right. Okay, cool. So we'll just smooth all this out, clean up all this stuff here, and there we go. We finally have our house. So now what we're going to be able to do is we're going to be able to say goodbye to our old tent. Going to sell this guy. Got $11 back. Lots of money. Are we going to be able to fix this, or are we going to have to buy the land over there to be able to fix this? Yeah, I don't think we can fix this right now, which is kind of unfortunate, but that's a-okay. So that land is just kind of messed up for right now. It's just going to have to kind of be that way. But yeah, so we've got all this done. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to get everything moved in here. I'm going to finish up these contracts, and then we're going to jump ahead to September, where we're going to do our next cut, and then our big baling session, where we are going to have basically 400% yield from this field, which is going to be absolutely insane. So I will see you guys all next month. Okay, everybody. I have finished cutting this field, and look at the piles of grass that are on this field. We are going to jump in the tractor and bale all this, and I have a feeling that I have made a much bigger job for myself than I think I was anticipating. So this is going to be really interesting to see how many bales we get out of this. I have reset the bale counter, so we've made 59 total on this thing. Keep that in mind, but I've reset the bale counter, so we're going to see how many bales we get out of this field. So this is from 2 double yield harvests. I have a feeling I have a lot of work cut out for me, and I may need to be renting the that auto load trailer, or like the proper bale picker trailer. But yeah, all right, guys, let's jump right into the tractor here, and we're going to start baling all of this. This is going to be a lot of work, I think. So I will catch you guys in a little bit once I've baled all these up, and we'll see what our final count is. Okay, everybody, that was an epic grass harvest. That was incredible. Look at all of the bales on the field. So, final count, I'm mind blown. Okay, final count for this field, this harvest with the 400% or the 4 harvest total, we got 65 bales. We had a total of 59 before we even started that. We did more than double the amount of bales in just one shot. That was incredible. It was super cool just doing it that way. The tractor was having a real hard time when it was cutting it back then, but like, man, like this is incredible. Like that is awesome to be able to harvest like that. That is a lot. So I am not, not loading the like 65 plus the like 13 bales or whatever's in here by hand. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it with that tiny little skid steer. It's just not happening. We are going to be leasing the bale transport. If we go in the market, actually, while we're here, is there anything good on the market? Ooh. You know what? Is it time for a skid steer upgrade? Ooh, this is the good one too. Actually, how much is our skid steer worth right now? If we were to sell, no, that's not what I want to do. No, sorry, so it's 9,000. You know what? I think that it is time for us to upgrade our skid steer, because that's actually a really good deal. It's got 26 hours on it, which isn't great, but you know what? That's going to be a big upgrade just for even just moving stuff around here. I think it's time. We've definitely going to have enough money. Oh, do we have enough money? Oh, yeah, we do. We haven't accepted our closed out 2 of our contracts here. And we just look at that. So if we sell the skid steer, we'll be able to buy that, but will we have enough to lease? Ooh, that could be a problem. Do we have any contracts available to us for mowing? Cultivating, these are really good. Harvesting contracts. We do have a good mowing contract down on 45. So if we need more money, we can definitely go ahead and do that. So what we might end up doing is we might sell this skid steer. We're going to go buy that because I don't want to miss that deal. That is a very good deal for the skid steer. So I'm going to go load this guy up onto the trailer. I'm going to take this skid steer over to the shop. We're going to get our new skid steer. We're going to bring it on back here. Then we're going to probably hook up these mowers. We're going to go do that contract on field 45. Then after that, we got to bring the mowers back here, go pick up the bale wrapper, bring it here, bale all these, return the bale wrapper, get the transport, load it all into here, and then that should be everything we need to do. That is a lot of work, guys. I'm just gonna have to hop to it. So we will see you guys all once I got all that done.
Okay, everyone. I'm not exactly sure where we left off. It's been probably about a week since I finished my last recording. What I do remember is that we had just finished doing all the bale wrapping, and since that time, I have put our new skid steer to work, moving all this stuff here into our bale storage. We have 77 bales in here, 78 with that one that's sitting over there, but I'm leaving that one out there so that I can kind of check on the fermenting progress. Now, a month has passed, so we can see that this stuff's starting to grow again. I think I have done all the field work. I'll have to double check all that. But I decided to go against renting that other trailer for now. We might actually just manually load everything one more time until we can actually afford our bale wrapper so that we can actually buy that next year. I'm pretty sure with these 77 or 78 bales that we have, we should be able to afford... words are hard today. Our bale wrapper, because that's only about what it was 62.5. We're at 9,000 now. By the time that we probably sell this, I might actually wait to do until like March of next year. So we may actually just skip ahead and see if we can get to the sale, and hopefully we can maybe do our sale, and that will finish off today's episode. But we'll see how things go. I'm going to jump ahead to the month of March, and I will see you guys all once we reach the new year. Well, guys, we have made it to March, and I have gone ahead and I've started pulling out all our silage. We're going to start stacking onto this trailer here. I'm going to do myself a favor, and while I'm working on that, I'm going to hire ourselves a worker to give our March cut get our field cut by the worker. And then after that, hopefully we'll see how much money we have, and we can do a few sales, and you guys will see how much money we walk away with, and hopefully we have enough to either... I'm trying to see if we want to buy field 8, which is $130,000, or I'm looking at getting us obviously our bale wrapper, which is $665, which will probably be, I'd say, probably more advantageous to get that. And then after that, I would like to see if we can afford a second tractor so that I can have one that's kind of out doing some contracts, making us some money, have one around here that we can use as well at the same time. and kind of work around, and also so that we can kind of make our harvesting process go a little quicker. But with that all being said, guys, I'm going to jump right on into loading this stuff, and I will catch up with you guys once we are ready to go do our first sale, and I got this thing all loaded up. Okay guys, we are coming in for our first sale. We had a lot of bales on here. It was actually so much easier with that new skid steer. I may put off on getting that other trailer for a little while because this has actually not been too bad. So we are going to see how we do here. What do you guys think is going to be our first total? I'm guessing 40,000. Let's see how we do. 40,000. And yeah, just over 40,000. All right, that's pretty good. So if we got a couple of those sales to do. We're definitely gonna be making some good money. So let's go on ahead, get reloaded, and we'll do another sale. Okay guys, we're here for our second sale. Let's hope we get roughly around the same amounts. Let's pull up and see. Let's see what we got. Lovely, actually a little bit more money I think that time around. Perfect. Okay, I think we've still got at least one more full sale to do. We're already at $128,000, which is amazing. We can definitely afford our bale wrapper. Now the question is, will I be able to afford the second tractor that I want, or am I going to have to go for something a little bit smaller? But we shall see, and I will see you guys when I have the next load. Man, we are making good money today. Okay, and we're coming in with our third load. Get another 40K, just like at the so. Lovely, look at that. All right, we are actually, maybe not. We'll be pretty close. We'll almost crack $200,000 here. We have 15 bales left to sell, so we'll go load those up and do our final sale for pretty much, yeah, until, actually, we'll see what happens. That's going to be our final sale for right now, though, so let's go ahead and get this done. Okay, guys, this is our final sale. Let's see where we're at, and I did not turn on the HUD again. How do I do that quickly before it disappears? Okay, an extra 26,000. We did crack 200,000. Great job. All right, so at $200,000, that is going to give us access to pretty much buying everything that I wanted to buy today. So let's head on back to the farm. We gotta bring a couple things over to the shop because there's some upgrades I want to make, there's some equipment I want to buy, and we will go from there. So I'll see you guys back at the farm. Alright everybody, we're back here at the farm. As you can see, our bale storage is empty, our greenhouses are working. It is time to spend some of this hard-earned money, and before we end off today, so let's go ahead and take a look in the market. So things that we obviously need to get right off the bat is we need to get our bale wrapper. So this guy right here, $62,000.
Do we want to do white? Do we want to do black? Green? That's green? It's like teal, yes? Or green? No? What? What? I wouldn't say that this is green. What is this? Granny Wrap Nature Green. Okay, well, you know what? We will start wrapping our bales in this, I guess. Yeah, let's do this. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to wrap it with this. We are going to buy this right now, and that's something that we're going to have to pick up from the shop. We still have $139,000. We did so well. Nothing really good in the market here. So that means we can go look at more tractors. Now, I was looking at possibly getting this guy here to keep in style with the other AgroStar that we have. So this is just a smaller model, but this one can support a front loader. I don't think that we can afford anything else. It would have been nice if we could have gotten this guy here, but we're a little bit short because then we could have gotten the front loader and we would have had 234 horsepower, which would have been competing with this, but I'm thinking probably the Fiat or the AgroStar here. Probably going to go with this guy here. It's a little bit more expensive, but it kind of keeps it with the same style that we got going. And I don't think that we can really afford anything else with that. So and if we get this, let's see how much this is going to cost us. We're just going to throw the front loader on it. We do actually want the front attacher, which is this guy here, which is an extra 2,500 bucks. So that gives us the ability to do everything I think that we need to. I guess we don't really need the front attacher, actually. We probably could do a front weight. We don't really need a front weight. We do need weighted wheels, though. Can we do weighted wheels? Yeah, okay, perfect. So weighted wheels. We don't need a license plate. I meant to get rid of that on our other one. So yeah, this is our new tractor. We're going to pick this guy up, and we're going to go pick it from the shop. We got to grab a front loader for it. And yeah, so let's spend the big bucks. 80,000. Oh wow, we're still gonna have quite a bit of money left over. $60,000. Very good. So now we need to get ourselves a front loader. Probably gonna go with this one. I don't know what the difference is. Extra 150 bucks. Sure, why not? And main color, we will match it with the green. Like that. Perfect. Okay. So let's buy this. 7,500 bucks. We're going to pick up a set of pallet forks to go with it. Where are you? Pick up this guy. We're going to change it to a front loader. We don't want a wheel loader. Perfect. So we're going to buy that. That gives us another piece of equipment that can haul or stack bales and stuff like that as well, with a little bit more reach and with a little bit more weight. And I think that's pretty much everything we need to spend money on. We still have $50,000 in the bank. We could afford not transport trucks. We could afford to get our first pickup truck, which would be pretty sweet. I don't know though. Do we need this pickup truck yet, or should we start with something a little smaller like this guy here? I think if we go with this, yeah, it gets quite a bit cheaper. It's a little rusty, but and yeah, can I get a attacher for it? No. So we're gonna wait on that. We're probably gonna save up and get the Super Duty because we can get the proper bed attacher for that. So let's head on over to the shop, and then we can go and check out our new vehicles. I do want to take this over here too to the shop, but for now, jump in here. Look at this. We got ourselves our second tractor. That is amazing. So we pretty much have all the equipment that we need. I think pretty much by the next time we do a sale, we should be able to buy that bale picker trailer, which will be amazing. Oh, that is so much nicer to be able to use a front loader on a tractor. That is really, really nice. All right, so I'm gonna get this thing dropped off back at the yard, and then we will close out today's episode.
Alrighty, everybody. Well, I think that pretty much is going to do it for today. We have gotten a lot accomplished. Obviously, we've gotten our new tractor. We got our bale wrapper finally. We are well on our way to pretty much being at a good position to just continue making money. So next episode, we're going to strive to see if we can expand a little bit more, maybe see if we can get in some livestock. That's kind of my goal. I'd like to go ahead and buy field 8 all the way over there. But that might be a little bit of a stretch. We'll see how things go. But with all that being said, guys, thank you guys all so much for watching today's episode. If you guys did enjoy, please be sure to hit that like button and subscribe for more Farming Simulator 25. And until then, I will see you guys all next time. Hello everybody and welcome back to episode 8 of Farming Simulator 25. Today we are going to pretty much just continue with our farming. Gonna just keep on doing some grass harvesting and we'll see if we can get some other stuff done, see if we can acquire some more land. I said I'd like to try and get into some livestock today. We'll see if that's feasible or not. Depends on how much we get done. We're not going to really waste too much time, but I did notice real quick that there was something in the market that I did want, and that was this guy right here. Now, we can't really afford some of the upgrades for this thing right now, because it does bring it up to like 60k, but we are just going to go ahead, pick up this unit, and hopefully, by the time that I'm ready to use it, I'm just going to leave it sitting over at the shop, and then we can upgrade it the next time that we're over there. But that's a very good price, so it's usually like $30,000-ish for this sprayer, so I definitely think that this is going to be a good investment. So we're going to go ahead, pick this thing up, and leave it at the shop for now. But for right now, guys, we are going to go ahead, jump right on into things. We're going to skip ahead to the month of June. And then we are going to do a cut, bale, and wrap all in one. So we'll see you guys all in June. Enjoy the time lapse.
guys, that harvest is completed, and I gotta say, guys, we are starting to really get ourselves a good silage operation going here. Now we have all of the equipment. We own everything we need to be doing silage production, which is honestly just fantastic. I really couldn't be happier with how everything is going. So, guys, we are at the month of June here. If we go in here and take a look at some contracts, is there any mowing contracts that can be done? That's not really worth the travel all the way up there. You know, like some of these spraying contracts I think would be really interesting to do because we do have a sprayer now. We're still gonna make $12,000. I'm wondering if I should go pick up the sprayer, maybe see what it costs to get us the sprayer tank, and then maybe we can see what we can do about this. This would be kind of nice to do fertilizer. But if I get my sprayer back here and get it all upgraded with all of the stuff that it needs, I think that we're actually going to be able to probably switch over to liquid fertilizer instead of solid fertilizer, which would be great. But if we go over here, take a look here, let's go find our sprayers. Where the heck are they? Sprayers. No? Am I just... Where is it? Hello? Sprayers, there it is. Okay, so we have this guy here. It's only $5,000 to get this additional tank for the front, which will be a great counterweight anyways. Yeah, maybe we'll pick this up, and we'll take a look to see what were the upgrades. So this is for the weeds. Sprayers will only turn on when actual weeds are below the nozzle. So we don't need that one right now. We do need this one. So this one enables uniform application regardless of speed and cornering. So maybe we'll try this. Maybe we'll get this upgrade, we'll get the front one, and then we can go do that spraying contract with one of our tractors. So let's go ahead and we'll pick this up. We'll head on over to the shop. We'll buy a little bit of, I guess we're going to need herbicide, right? It was herbicide for that contract? Let's go check. Was that herbicide? Remove the weeds. Oh, it is weeds. I shouldn't have done that. Oh well, you know what? It's fine. If anything, maybe we can go do some fertilizing contracts on some of these fields, and we'll use our new fancy sprayer and get some liquid fertilizer and go out and try and do these, because I don't think it has to be, say, a liquid, solid, slurry, or manure. So we have all the options here. So let's go pick up that sprayer with that tank. We're going to get everything going. We'll take this guy because it's already fitted out with our Ursa Pro system, I think it's called. And we'll see if we can go get this guy starting some contracts while we work on some other things here around the farm. Okay, everybody, we have completed those contracts. Those are all done. Our sprayer setup is back here at the farm. I did actually forget to accept a couple of mowing contracts as well that I had completed. So that's why we got a little bit more money. And I also went ahead and while our worker was doing the fertilizing contracts, I went ahead and did a bale wrapping contract here for Ben. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to collect all of these. We're going to see how much money we got. Okay. Oh goodness. What is going on here? Okay, so we're back up to $44,000. That is, that's pretty good. So obviously we're just in our growing stage here on our grass, so there really isn't a whole lot for us to do here in the month of July. Maybe we can check to see if we got a couple contracts that we could do. And not really. By the way, what the heck is that thing? I have never seen that sprayer before. Where is that? Let's go take a look at that thing. That thing looks mighty crazy. I always have a hard time finding the sprayers. I look at it all the time. Sprayers. Oh yeah, Plains and Prairies pack. Oh, that's why. Look at this thing. This thing's crazy. If it loads in, because it's so crazy. Wow. Now that is a sprayer, and you can go all the way up to 40 meters. That's insane. That's something to keep an eye out for. Wow. Okay, well, while we're here, is there anything good in the shop? No, the market hasn't updated yet, so we'll have to keep an eye on this. But I guess really for the month of July, I guess there's really nothing that we need to do. There's no good contracts.
Our bales are not ready yet. They're still not silaged, so we can't sell them. I have refilled our greenhouses. So we're going to jump ahead, I guess, at least another month. I might just jump ahead to the month of September so that we can do our bale sale while while we get a worker maybe cut in the field. And we'll have to see how things go from there. So I will see you guys all in a couple months, I guess. Okay, we are in the month of September. We're ready to do our harvest. I went ahead and picked up a different setup. I want to try something different for loading our bales onto our trailer and maybe even collecting them up off the field. I went up and picked up this 2.3 ton rear weight. So I'm hoping between that, the rear wheel weights, we're going to be able to hopefully lift 3 bales at a time to load them onto the trailer, which will just kind of speed up the process a little bit. And then for collecting, I can also tilt this thing. I'll just show you guys. I'll jump in. I'll show you guys. I can, when I was stacking them before, I might just be able to just drive up, grab, oh, that's kind of a bad angle, and grab 2 bales. Pick up one, and then pick up a second one, and then just carry them right over kind of like this, and then just put them right into the storage. That's kind of what I'm thinking. I kind of want to give this a shot. This is part of the straw pack DLC, free DLC that's for Farming Simulator 25. So we're going to go ahead and give this a shot, see how it works for loading. We're going to get the other tractor going with a helper to start cutting our field, and then hopefully by the time we're finished selling everything, we can just go ahead, start baling, and start wrapping. So I will jump in and show you guys what we got done in a little bit. Well, that was a lot easier to go ahead and load this trailer up with this new attachment, but man, this is a lot of weight for this tractor. I don't know if I've used this tractor for delivering yet, but yeah, it's a lot of weight. I had a hard time stopping for a second back there, so we'll go ahead and we will unstrap, like so. Nice, perfect. All right, let's go back, get another load. I might actually be able to get another 3 bales on there, but there's already a lot of weight on this tractor, so I don't know if I should push it anymore. Maybe some weight on the back might actually be a good thing. I don't know. We'll see if we can load on another 3 bales and see if we can get this thing up to 24 bales on this trailer. So I will see you guys once we all have our next load. Okay guys, we managed to actually get 24 bales on this trailer, so this will be our biggest single sale yet by doing it this way. So let's see what we get. Go ahead, unstrap. Nice. Wow, okay, we just got $50,000 for that. Look at that, we're at $141,000. I actually think we can afford to buy the next field. We have 4 more bales to sell, which will get us over and give us a little bit of a buffer. So I'm going to go ahead and load those up and just sell those. You guys will see how much we make off of that. But we're at 141,000 right now, and I think we only needed like 130 to buy field 8. So the only problem is we're going to run into some issues because of that grade. But we will address that in a couple minutes. So be right back with you guys. Okay, everybody, we are back here at the farm, and look at that. We have $150,000. That field over there is only about $130,000, so we're definitely going to be able to pick that up today. But we obviously got some baling to do. We're going to send this guy out to go do a couple of contracts, make us some more cash, and hopefully by the end of today, we'll be able to buy that field. And I still like to see if we can get some livestock in today, but we'll see how things go. But you guys know the drill. We're going to get to baling our grass up here, and then we will see how many we get once we are done. Okay, so we finished the harvest. We only got 33 bales from that. I'm not sure why it was so little that time around. Maybe I didn't have something fixed up. But anyways, we have fertilized the field with our fertilizer. We've done a little bit of liming. I got to get more lime. We'll have to take that into consideration. But for now, we still have $150,000. Plus, I think, did I collect the contracts? I have not. So we're going to go ahead, collect all of those mowing contracts, which brings us up to $170,000. We're going to go ahead, we're going to pick up Field 8, and we're going to see what it needs. So let's go ahead and buy this. $127,000, yes. Okay, and then we're going to go here. We're going to purchase soil information. Clear the yield map, yeah. So $1,900, yes. Okay. This one here, we're going to clear the yield map. We're going to clear all these. Okay, one more. Clear that. So this way we can see what our yields are now. This one here, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to take a look at... Okay, no nitrogen. I guess that's actually pretty good. pH-wise, it's not horrible. It's pretty good, actually. What is that, like 6.25? It's actually pretty good. So if we take a look, if we hover over it now, it should tell us what we got. So pH level and nitrogen is good. I wouldn't say that the nitrogen is good. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to get our sprayer going over there. And then we're pretty much just going to jump ahead to next year's to see what we can afford. And we're going to get a little bit of livestock, I think. Or here's hoping. I'm trying to come up with a plan on how I want to lay out the farm, because I'm getting a little bit confused with what I want to do here. So we're going to take a quick break. Going to get the tractor going with the sprayer over on that field, and then we'll come back with you guys once I kind of have a bit more of a plan. Okay, guys, we're here in March. I've gone ahead. We've already gotten our March cut done. I've got both of the fields cut. I've had to bail up the one field because I'm trying to see if we can get a little bit of a layout going for livestock. It's a lot of traffic, and this is a lot of weight. Anyways, so I've gone ahead. I've done like some land leveling. It's going to require some touch-up still, but I'm kind of run out of money. I've spent about like
$30,000 on terraforming, I think, already. I forgot how expensive terraforming was. So, oh, goodness. All right, we should probably be using the other tractor for this, but that's okay. So if we just, yeah, see, like, it's just pushing the tractor. So we'll just go ahead. We'll do a little quick sale here. Just go ahead, keep on selling. Okay, that gives us another 50 grand, which gives us enough to place down our first building that we need, and we're still short for some livestock. So unfortunately, I don't think the livestock is going to happen until next episode, but we'll be pretty close. We're definitely going to get ourselves ready for our net for livestock for episode 9. But yeah, I'll meet you guys back at the farm, and I'll show you guys what we got going on. Alright guys, so as you can see, I've kind of leveled out an area. Right now, it obviously doesn't look great, but obviously some things are going to change. Now, the idea is that obviously this field at some point is pretty much going to either be just a grass field, or I'm going to get rid of the grass field entirely and make this all grass field, and then kind of turn this into our operations area, and then maybe have a couple of pastures here. So the idea is I want this area here to eventually just be all sheep pasture. So what I've kind of got in mind is I'd like to get, I'm thinking probably this one, because it's smaller and easier to work with for our first pen. We might do this one down the road, but like for now, like this thing just costs 100 grand, which is a little bit ridiculous, but it also probably holds a lot more. It's got like a bigger like storage area for wool and all that stuff, so it'll be a little bit less maintenance for me on a daily or on like the monthly basis. I'd like to get this one. We'll see how money is, but if we have to get this one in next episode, then we'll go with this one. But I would ideally like to get the large sheep barn. But for today, I've been really wanting to get some equipment storage. So my thought is, I think I had one here that I installed, and it has a built-in gas tank. So this was the one here that I wanted to get. So I'm thinking of kind of just putting it in this general area here. So it's going to be on the backside. Eventually there's going to be a roadway that comes up and into this area. I just haven't figured out exactly where it's going to be. So I'm thinking probably somewhere around here for our garage. So this way we have access. There's still room on the right side over here for our sheep pasture to go in and a way to drive around. So I'm thinking, actually I should probably do a little bit of a better job lining this up. So it's not entirely square. So if I place it here, that gives us enough space to do a little bit of terraforming work to kind of touch up around here, do some smoothing edges and stuff like that, and then a little bit of landscape touch up. So I'm thinking we'll place this guy right about, yeah, probably right about there. That's probably a good spot. Maybe a little bit more back. Right about there. So we'll toggle that because I don't want it to change the ground at all. So we'll place that. And then if we go over there and we drive on over, we finally have ourselves a proper garage where right now I can actually put all our equipment, and then I can start doing some work over here to change our operations setup a little bit. Now, obviously, like I said, there's some terraforming work that I got to do, which I'll do probably a little bit of that off camera because you guys probably don't really care to see all that type of stuff. But we now have this fancy building here. And we'll go ahead and we'll open all these up. And we finally have a spot to park our tractors, park our equipment, all that type of stuff. There's tons and tons of space in here, guys. I'm not quite sure where the light switch is for in here. Is it any of these? Turn on shed lights. There we go. So that turns on all the shed lights inside and outside. Now we got ourselves a little light. And we have this fuel tank over here. I think this thing just acts kind of like like a gas station, so I don't have to actually fill it. It's just kind of just takes some money as I go. So if I just pull up and then I can hit refuel, hit diesel is the only option. So we're just going to refuel the diesel, and it should just kind of see it draining the money on the other side, which is all right. I mean, it just saves us having to go all the way into town to go get fuel for our equipment. 241 bucks in fuel. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to get things a little bit more organized around here. Maybe touch up some of the terraforming, and then I will bring you guys back and see how much time we got left in the episode and what else we can get done today. Alright, so we've gotten everything organized. I've put everything into our sheds that could fit. I installed this little racking system so that we had a spot to put all of our pallets. Pretty much everything's in here. We got all of our equipment stored away in here now, minus a couple things. This thing doesn't fit through the door, which is a little unfortunate. But pretty much everything else is in here, so that's good news. But yeah, we didn't get everything done we wanted today. Oh, and I kind of fixed the terraforming around here a little bit, so everything kind of matches up. But if we take a look, obviously, I guess, do I still need to? No, the nitrogen and all that is good, and it gets worse, the pH value along the edges, but we can fix all that. But yeah, so currently we've got both fields pretty much all good, ready to go, I think. I gotta check to see the pH levels over there on that field. We might be able to do that before our next episode, something I can kind of do before we get back. So yeah, we definitely need to do a little bit of pH. The nitrogen still looks good. So yeah, we're still doing pretty well. So I think that liming is something that's going to need to get done, but that's something that we can do in the future. But yeah, so pretty much that's all we have time for today, guys. We got a lot done. We actually... we got all of our equipment lined up. We got ourselves a storage shed. I think next episode we should be able to make it to the livestock that I was hoping to do, getting some sheep or goats. I'm not really sure which ones I want to do yet, but yeah, I've got big plans for this field, and we are right on our way to getting where we need to be. And also, we do already have some grass bales for our sheep for when we pick them up next episode. So that's something that we won't even have to worry about as well, which is just fantastic. So, well, guys, I guess that's it for today. I mean, we did pretty well. Like, we've got quite a bit of money. We've got ourselves finally our first real storage building. We have a way to organize all our pallets and all that now, which is just great. I also picked up a pressure washer. I don't know if I mentioned that, so I could wash some of our machines, because our machines were, hoo-wee, they were dirty. So, yeah, I've got everything here now. We're doing very, very well. Thank you guys all so much for watching today's episode, and we'll see you guys all next time. Hello everybody, and welcome back to episode 9 of Farming Simulator 25. Last episode, we got ourselves our machine shed, which has our fuel tanks, and now we got everything on the farm stored here. Now, I actually kind of recorded this intro already, but for some reason the audio got messed up, so I think I got it all figured out this time. But yeah, I just mentioned that we were going to go ahead and we were going to get our June harvest cut. So that's the June harvest cut and done. We're now in August. We're getting ready to go into September. I believe I have fertilized all of the fields. Yes, nitrogen, pH, we'll work on that in a little bit, but as of right now, those fields are fertilized and ready to go for next month. Today, like I said, I want to get into livestock. We're at 60,000. We're not quite there yet, but I'm thinking once we do our big cut here in September, we're going to have another 400% yield on both these fields. That's going to make a lot, and I repeat, a lot of silage bales that we're going to have to collect. And then in the new year, we'll be able to sell all those, and then hopefully in the new year, we will be able to pretty much just go straight into livestock. It's the hope, at least. So we're going to see how that goes. So I'm going to go ahead and we're going to jump on in. We're going to do, I guess, probably another time lapse, I guess. I wasn't planning on doing a time lapse for this early in the episode, but since we're already going to be jumping into our September cut when we go and sleep, I think I'm going to do that. We'll do a little time lapse to see how many bales we get from a double harvest, if that makes sense. So 400% harvest on grass, and then see how many bales we walk away with. Now, we do have some grass bales. I think we got 4, 8, 12, 16-ish bales already sitting in there, which are grass bales, which we're going to use for our sheep once we get our pens down. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to get started on this this September harvest, and we'll see how things go. I don't think there's anything in the shop that we wanted. No, not really. So yeah, and I don't think, actually, were there any good contracts? Oh yes, there were baling contracts. Oh no, those are baling. I don't have a round baler. That's unfortunate. Mowing contracts. They're all kind of far. Not really worried about these right now. So we'll see if I have some time before the end of the day. I'll probably go and do some of those contracts. But I'm going to go ahead, get started on this cut, and I'll see you guys all once we got this harvest out of the way. Okay, we finally got that harvest all wrapped up. That was a very big harvest. I had to refill our bale wrapper more than partway through. Why is it not refilling? There we go. Is it going to fill up anymore? No? Okay, that's all right. So, that was a lot of bales. So we're going to heck up to our baler over here and see how many we got. And when you guys see how many are on the field, I think it's going to be time for me to pick up the bale transport, because doing all this with the front loader on this thing is going to take me quite a bit of time. So let's just take a look and see. We got 119 bales from that field. Yeah, we are not picking that up by hand. I'm not doing that. I've got our tractor working over on field 9 right now. They're doing a cultivating contract. So we will take this, and we are going to go ahead and we are going to go lease that that transport. Where is it? Bale transport. This guy right here. This one. Yeah. So we're gonna get this one. So how much is it going to cost to lease this? $4,500 for the sake of my sanity. It's worth it. So let's go ahead. We'll head on over to the shop and we'll go pick that up. Okay, there's our transport. Let's go ahead. We're going to hook up to this. This thing can pick up 14 bales at a time. So this should drastically improve our efficiency when it comes to getting this stuff done. So I'll see you guys back at the farm. We'll do a few edits, I guess, a few clips of me just moving all the bales into storage. So we'll see you guys back at the farm and enjoy the little clips and seeing this thing in action. But this is definitely an investment we're going to need to make long term. Like, we need this thing. This is a must for our farm. Okay, everybody, so we have got our fields all done. We got everything put away. You guys will see here in a second that I've got all of the bales put away, and they didn't actually all fit in our storage. So we're going to have to possibly look into upgrading that if we're going to keep producing this amount of silage. But yeah, we're just finishing up doing some cultivating contracts, which we're going to accept, and something has popped up in the market that we absolutely need. You guys saw that I leased the bale transport. Well, guess what? It's for sale. I think the game is listening to me. I don't have anything that can do that. That is completely by fluke. So I didn't really want to have to spend my money on this right now. I had other plans for money, obviously, like Livestock, but when a deal like that comes up and it's, how much was it? $36,000 instead of $90,000? Yeah, you kind of got to take advantage of that. So we're driving on over to the shop here. We're going to return this cultivator, which I leased as well, to do some contracts, which we also need to work on buying our own cultivator so we don't have to lease it anymore. So we're going to go ahead and we're just going to drop this guy off right here. That is my weight, not my cultivator. So let's try that again. First, you need to unfold the cultivator tool to drop it. Okay, then. So, yeah, we're going to go ahead and we're going to drop it. There we go. Then we're going to go to... Wow, that's really loud. Let's move a little bit away from the shop. Freaking loud. Okay, and then we're going to go in here. Not there. Going to go to vehicles. We're going to find what we're leasing. So we're going to return the trailer. Return, yes. And then we're going to return this guy as well. So we'll return that. And then actually, while we're at it, we can accept... Oh, I forgot I didn't accept these bale wrapping contracts, too. I forgot I did those. I was wondering why this field was wrapped. I did it. That's why. Okay, perfect. So we have a few more contracts to collect. Look at that. Okay, we're up to 100,000. That makes me feel a little bit better. Makes me feel a little bit better about buying this. I don't like the color configuration, so we're going to switch that up.
do this, and then I'm thinking we're gonna do I do all black or do I do like a yellow accent and then black wheels? I kind of like that. Yeah, we're gonna run with that for now. Let's run with that. Or do we stick with the douchefar kind of style? Go with this green. Go with a black. That's not too bad. Let's go with that for right now. Yeah, let's go with that. I'm okay with that. So we're gonna buy this. There we go. Matches up with our tractors, which is awesome. I wonder if we should just stay on brand for this whole series. Just stick with this brand. I think that might be kind of fun. But I'm going to get this thing back on over to our yard. And then, oh, actually, this thing was on discount. So I got to repair it while I'm here at the shop, too, actually. Didn't even think about that. So I'm going to get this all repaired, and then I'll meet you guys back over at the farm. Okay, let's get this thing parked up, and then I'll go show you guys how many bales we've got. And then pretty much that's going to be it until selling time, which won't be until probably the new year, I guess. Probably what it's going to end up being. So we'll drop that there. Starting to get a really good supply of equipment here. So let's drive on over. I have already fertilized these fields, so that's done already too. But if you look over here, this is all the stuff that didn't fit. So we got like 120 bales. So we got 74 square bales, 17 grass bales, and then we got 3 stacks of 14 plus 2. So we have a lot of silage that is in production. So pretty much all I have left to do before I jump ahead is just refill the greenhouses with water, and then we're going to jump ahead pretty much to next year, do ourselves a sale, and then we're going to jump right on into doing some livestock. So yeah, I'm going to jump ahead. I'm going to get those greenhouses filled up, and I'll see you guys all in the new year when we are ready to do our silage sale. Okay, we have made it to December, so now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and we're going to sell this stuff. I think we have anywhere between $200,000 to $250,000 worth of silage to sell. So we should, in theory, be finishing this year off with roughly $300,000, which will be more than enough to get our first sheep pen going and filled. So I'm going to go ahead, get started loading this stuff up, and then we're going to go ahead and get around and doing some sales, and then, yeah. So I'll see you guys once I got our first sale ready to go. Okay, so we are out here with our first sale, 24 bales, drifting the tractor with the trailer. Let's go ahead and sell, and perfect. Okay, actually a little shorter than 50,000, but we're already over 100K. I'm gonna go ahead, do a couple more loads, and then we'll see how much we get at the end of all this. I'll bring you guys back once we're done. Okay, last load. Oh, goodness, drifting the tractor still. Definitely going to have to do something about that in the near future, but we'll work on it. Last load. Let's see what we get. Beautiful. Look at that, $317,000 in total. If we take a look at our... I'm just going to set this guy so I can just drive right through this field. If we take a look at our finances... $210,000 worth of bales alone. That's not even including like the environmental score, which I don't know if that's what this is. Maybe that's what miscellaneous is 29,000 and miscellaneous. But yeah, that's crazy. So yeah, that's almost pretty close, $240,000. It's pretty good. So with all that done, we have more than enough money now to get into putting down our sheep pens. So I will set that up as soon as I got all this stuff parked. Okay, guys, let's go ahead, dive right on into getting our sheep pen down now that we have ourselves enough money. So what I'm thinking is I want this thing to pretty much be right in line and right on the edge of the property here. So I'm thinking if we put it right here, we have easy enough access to grab access to our bales from the side, wherever. And then obviously easy to load in more hay, but it would also maximize the pen size here. So I'm thinking if we put it right here, we should be okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to, actually, are we pretty much square when it comes to this? I go like this. There we go. Probably right about there. Yeah, right about there. So I'm thinking if we place this guy right here, we're going to turn off ground modifications. It's going to modify it by $7. I don't know what it's going to do, but that means it's very close to level. So if we place this guy down, we're going to hit yes for customize. Now what I want to do here is I want to maximize our usage, but I only want to come out to about here, because the idea is that we're going to put a roadway between this and the next pen. So the hard part is going to be lining this up fairly square. I'd say that looks pretty good right about there. Go like that. And then where did I put that post? Is it kind of in the field? It is just a touch, eh? Okay, so I'll have to do the same thing when I come across. I'll have to go kind of like this to about there. We're going to take this all the way back down. And okay, if we go to about, see how it snaps to there, which means I should probably just stop right there, but I kind of want it to come out a little further to about there. And does it snap? Snapped. Okay, do you want to plant meadow for sheep barn large? Yes. Okay, that's all good. And that pretty much does it. Actually, I think I was supposed to hit no. Oh, that's unfortunate. Because I think they would have eaten this stuff. But hey, you know what? That's okay. We have a decent sized sheep barn, so let's go ahead and see how much meadow this thing has. So if we jump out and then we come up to here, it doesn't show us, I guess, or won't show us unless we go into here. Meadow, yeah, it doesn't say how much, but if we go ahead, we'll go bring a couple grass bales over here to feed these guys. But sorry, I didn't even pay attention. How many can it hold? It can hold 105. Wow, okay. $24,000. Oh, and we're gonna do these ones. So $56,000 gets us 8-month-old sheep, which is pretty much what we want. We want it to max out all the time, and then every month, or every 10 months, when these guys reproduce, we'll get $200 a sheep, which will make us $21,000 every 10 months when it resales these, because I have a mod installed to sell all of the excess ones. So if we go ahead and we max this out to 105, okay, and we hit buy, I'm hoping this will be good. Let's see what happens. Gestation period, puberty, okay, perfect. And then we're gonna buy all of these, fill our barn, and there we go. We have sheep. So now what we gotta do is we gotta go grab our grass bales and we gotta load them up into here for right now. So that's what we're gonna go do now. And then I'll show you guys what we got once we're done with that. Okay, we have our bales all stored up here. These guys are all fed. These guys have everything that they need. Their health will obviously improve kind of as time goes by. But yeah, so we have ourselves our happy sheep. They are good to go. We're going to start producing wool, which is going to be great, which is going to start popping out right here. We will have to figure out a storage solution for that. I haven't really decided exactly what I want to do yet. I was thinking something kind of simple would be nice. Was it under silos? It might be. This guy here might just be a good wool storage. We could just kind of put it down like right next to this guy, like right in here. It's kind of what I'm thinking. Maybe just literally like right against the fence. I might just kind of plop it down kind of like right here. But I want to make sure that obviously I have access to that doorway. So, and then the dumping area is right there. Why is it not level here? Huh. Didn't even notice that it's not level right here. Strange. Overlaps with another object. Where do they want me to be able to put this? Like way out here. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. We'll see how this goes. Could probably try some other storage solutions. But yeah, we got lots of options, lots of time to kind of figure it out. Like this one here holds 100 pieces. This one here might be good, actually. Maybe I'll go with this. That's a large storage solution, I think, which would be very good for what we need.
And it'll be enough for, like, if I put it, like, right at the edge here, then this will be expansion space for when we're ready for our next sheep barn that's going to go over in this area here. So, yeah, maybe we'll do that. Not a fan that it's kind of floating there. Might have to go back here. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. We don't need that yet. We'll probably do that when we sleep a little bit here and I can come up with a little bit of a better plan. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead, get everything tidied up, and then see where we're at, and then probably jump ahead to March so we can do our first March cut, and then go from there. Okay, everyone, we've made it to March, and we are starting to get ourselves a good supply of wool going. Just look at that. We've got, what do we got here? We got lots of food. We do have meadow, actually. Meadow is growing, so if we go and take a look at these guys, 1,400 liters of meadow. They may never actually need grass if they're only using 5,200 per day of capacity. Well, we'll see. We'll see if this grass level starts to go down. But in the off season, we may need grass. But like for right now, they're still pretty good because we got this one here, 254 liters in here, 2,300 liters in here. So we'll see how things go. But they definitely have grass to eat, so that's good. So they're well fed. We do have access to quite a bit of wool now, and if we go and look in our market here, you can see that the best time to sell here is in May. We're currently in March. We've already got $15,000 worth of wool. That is amazing. So we're pretty much already around peak. If we take a look over here in finances or prices, and we go down to wool, which will be near the bottom. I looked right at it. You can see that we're pretty much near peak, so we'll wait until April. Looks like April might be the best month to sell, so we're going to go ahead in April and we're going to sell. But I've got our worker working on cutting our first field right now. I've got a couple of baling contracts I'm going to go do while the worker's here, make us some extra money, and then, yeah, we're going to jump ahead and do our first wool sale, and that's probably where we're going to end off today's episode. So I'm going to go ahead, get to work, let this worker do their thing, and I will see you guys once we are ready to go do our first wool sale. Okay, so we have made it to May, and the sheep are actually taking the grass. So if we look in here, if we go look here, you can see that our grass level is down to 4,700 liters. So it's not, the meadow isn't enough, so we are going to be using grass, which is good, because I didn't want this to be kind of like a freebie, like zero maintenance type of item. So I'm glad that we're still going to have to do some work when it comes to this stuff. But we have made it to May, so we are going to do our first wool sale. And I mean, it's not going to be the best sale in the world, because I mean, you know, obviously we, oh gosh, oh goodness. I did not expect it to be that heavy. I forgot that I probably needed a rear weight to make that work, but yeah, we're gonna go do our first sale. We've only had the sheep 5 months, and we've got quite a bit of wool. We got 14,000 liters of wool already, so I'm hoping that goes well. So we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna get all that loaded up, and then we'll take a look and see where we want to sell this stuff. All right, so we're all loaded up. We got just over 14,000 liters of wool, so that's fantastic. If we go here and take a look, if we go down to wool, you can see we got $30,000 there. Now, I'm thinking for ease, because these things are kind of far away, we could just go to the old farmer's market. We're only going to lose out on maybe $700, which isn't a huge deal. So I think that we are just going to end up going just to the farmer's market, because it's right around the corner, obviously. So let's go over there. We're obviously going to get, I think, some kind of environmental bonus, I imagine, but we'll have to see what we get when we head over here. So, nice short drive. We'll just drive on over together, and we'll see what we made. Also, we did get, I guess I should show you guys this too, in our finances. We actually, when we rolled into this month, we sold off 105 baby sheep, and we actually got $21,000 for that. So that was, if we get that that was like after 5 months, I guess. Every 5 or 6 months, if we get like 4 or 5 or 6 months, however often it is, if that's what we're getting, then I'd say that that's pretty good. I think that's a nice little boost every half year or so. So let's go ahead. Let's see how much we get. Oh wow, we got 40,000 plus 5,200. So I guess those prices aren't exactly right, but yeah, $40,000 plus an extra 52. So we got or $45,000 from that small wool sale. Like, that's a small wool sale, guys. Like, we've only had the sheep for 5 months. Can you imagine how much money we're going to be making after a full year? Every year we'll probably be making like $100,000 just off of sheep, just kind of doing their thing and supplying them with grass. They're super low maintenance and super great for profit. So, yeah, I mean, wow, look at all the work we got done today. We got our trailer, which is fantastic, our auto load trailer. We got our sheep barn installed, and we're still making good money. Like, we made a lot of money today. But yeah, guys, I think that's going to do it for today. So thank you guys all so much for watching. We'll see you guys all in the next episode, where we're probably just gonna do some more sheep farming with these guys. So yeah, be sure to stick around for that, and we will see you guys all next episode. Welcome, everybody. The sheep have something to say today. Welcome, everybody, to another episode of Farming Simulator 25. Today is episode 10, and it's a special day. We've made it to episode 10, which means that, really, we've done quite a lot on this series. When you think about it, we have gone from absolutely nothing to having a outstanding silage farm. Now we're getting into sheep, so I gotta fix this worker real quick. I didn't realize that he was gonna be blocked by this. But last episode, we obviously, you guys know that we got ourselves our sheep pen. They have been doing extremely well. We were able to do our first wool sale, which made us about $40,000. And yeah, we're still carrying on with silage here, but this trailer seems to be in the way of our mower. Not by much, but just enough to cause some problems. So we're going to go ahead and move this. Now, there's quite a few things that I want to accomplish today, and some of the things that I want to accomplish require us to sell some things. So, unfortunately, I think that we're going to be saying goodbye to this current tractor that I'm driving right now. This thing just doesn't have enough horsepower. It's a great little tractor with a front loader, obviously, but unfortunately, like I was saying, I just don't think that it meets our needs anymore. So we're going to have to end up saying goodbye to this. Now, some of you may be wondering what we're going to end up purchasing instead. But we're going to head on over to the shop. I'm going to put this thing onto the market, see how much money we're going to get for it, and then we will decide what tractor we are going to get from there. So, we're over here at the shop now, and it is time to see what these guys are going to give us for our tractor. So if we go here, take a look, it's currently worth $45,000. Now, if I repair it for that, is it going to get me closer to 50? Probably about the same amount. It might have cost me more, but that's okay. 47.2. Let's go ahead and we are going to unfortunately say goodbye to this tractor. We're going to hit sell. It is gone. Sorry about that. We got a little bit of a phone call. I forgot I didn't have my phone on silent there, but that's all right. Anyways, as I was saying, now that we've sold off that tractor, we got $47,000 for it. We are at $278,000. Now, we go look in medium tractors. I want to upgrade, and I think I've decided that I'm pretty much going to go with the Case Puma series, because these tractors are just great. These things are super nice. They are super powerful. Like, if we can get up to a 300 horse motor, which will be great for our mower setup, because our current mower struggles a little bit. It's also got a variable CVT transmission in it versus a power shift manual transmission, which our other ones had in them. So this is definitely a valid upgrade. Now, I don't know if I actually have enough money here, because I'm going to want... No, I'm a little short. But I do have some contracts that I did complete, and we haven't accepted a lot of contracts. I've been fairly busy, so if we go ahead, accept all of these... There we go. Now we have enough to go ahead and get our new tractor. So I'm going to obviously get the upgraded motor. We're going to leave those wheels on. I want weighted wheels. Definitely an upgrade we want. Can we afford medium tires with weighted wheels? Yeah, it doesn't really make that much of a difference. Yeah, let's just leave them a regular weighted wheels for now. That's fine. Front loader, Ursa Compact Pro, and we'll give it some black wheels. Okay? Pretty standard stuff. We're going to get rid of the plate. And this is going to be our new tractor. $291,000. It's expensive. It's a lot of money. But I think that it's really going to be worth it for us in the end. This thing is going to be a great addition to our fleet. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to pick this one up. Sometimes you just got to spend this much money, guys. Sometimes you just got to do it. And now we get to go take a look at our brand new tractor. Look at this thing. So beautiful. Such a gorgeous tractor. Wow. I
I am so happy that we finally have our first, like, actual good tractor. Not to say that the other ones were bad, but, like, man, like, this is a very nice tractor. So clean. Ooh, this one gets up to 53 kilometers per hour. This thing's going to be quick for running around the map, too, when we got to come and pick stuff up from the shop. Now, one thing I also want to do is, obviously, since we have the front loader on this, we're going to be switching this guy over to red. So we're going to give this thing just a quick little repaint. Nothing crazy. Case IH red, paint it red, and now it matches. That's all you're going to do. A little customizing. That's all it is. And we're going to go hook up to that. And then we're going to drive back to the farm, and we're going to carry on with what we need to get done today. So I will see you guys back at the farm once I get back there with our brand new tractor. Oh, okay, and I didn't even pick up the forks. Okay, so we are back at the farm, and our worker has pretty much just completed the first field, so I'm going to get that person set up over on the next field. I'm going to get to baling all this stuff up. You guys have seen this 1,000 times. We'll probably still end up doing another harvest later in the episode, but I'm going to go ahead and get that guy set up. I'm going to get this tractor working on some baling, and then probably we'll see how far we get after that. But yeah, I'm going to jump back with you guys. We'll see what our yield is after this harvest. I'm going to pull a few bales away from here and add them to our stockpile for our sheep, just to make sure that we're well and stocked up. And I will be back with you guys once I've got all that done and everything put away and see how much money we got. Yeah, we need to make some money because to do the next steps, we obviously need money. So I'm going to jump ahead and I'll catch up with you guys once I've got all this harvesting done. Alright everybody, well, a lot of time has elapsed, in-game, in person. The last time that I recorded was probably almost 2 weeks ago, because I have been sick for almost 2 weeks, and I'm actually still a little bit stuffed up, but I wanted to give this a shot, give recording a shot, see how things are going. If I remember correctly, where we left off is I had done a harvest, we got a whole bunch of bales, I think we got 63 bales over there in storage ready, or as almost ready to be sold for silage. And I actually, if I remember correctly, I actually messed up on my cut. I cut in July instead of in June, and so now this is only a single harvest of grass, so we're going to have to wait until March to bale this up to make it worthwhile for us. We've got 19 bales of wool ready to go. The sheep are doing well. Other than that, I think current goals for this episode is I would like to acquire that last field on the end here, this one here, field 9. And I would like to actually start planting some crops so that we can actually really just be ready to start moving and growth here. Obviously, we're in episode 10 here, so we're going to be able to get a... we reached a major milestone, as I mentioned earlier in the video. So I think now is when we can actually start working on some actual farming. Maybe we'll try to do some wheat or barley or something. Maybe even canola, because then canola is a good profit crop. But yeah, so I'm thinking I've got some big plans. But we're going to, for now, probably what we're gonna end up doing is I'm just gonna keep working around the farm. I've got these fields all limed up and fertilized, so they are ready to go to start growing until next March. So what we'll probably end up doing is we'll probably end up skipping ahead over to March. We're going to actually go ahead, sell all that stuff, all of our silage in March. I'm going to make sure all our greenhouses are good to go and we got a good supply of wool. And I believe that by probably March, we should be able to afford to buy that field. And if we're at that point, if we go look at our crop calendar in March, canola doesn't need to be planted until August or September. It'd be nice if we could plant it now, but we can't. So we could look at a different crop for the first year. Maybe look at something that we can plant and harvest in September. Grapes we can't do. Long grain rice. I don't know if we could do that. Green beans. I don't know if our planter is capable of doing that. We'll have to take a look, but we're going to go ahead, skip ahead to March. And then we're going to see where we're at. And actually, it looks like wheat we might be able to plant in March, harvest in August, and then we can plant canola in August as well. So hopefully in March we can afford to buy that field, but I will jump ahead and we'll see how much money we have and if we need to maybe do some contracts to get us the rest of the way. But I'm going to go ahead. We're going to jump ahead over to March, and I'll bring you guys back while I do all of these tidy-ups around the farm throughout the next few months into next year. Okay, everyone. So we actually had a very good winter. We are now in the month of March. As you can see, we obviously sold product all throughout. These are from our, what's the word that I'm looking for? These are from our greenhouses. And then if you look, we got an animal sold here. We also got an animal sold back in October as well. So we actually did really well. We have over $100,000. We haven't even sold anything yet. We've produced way more wool than I'm able to handle. Now, I've got our worker cutting the fields right now. We're going to start loading up some silage. Now, I think I remember talking to you guys saying that now, at this point, I think we're going to start doing some auto load. I still have to possess everything to be able to manual load. And I obviously still need to do it from time to time anyways with certain items. But yeah, auto load is just going to be to speed things up because we have so much product now that we have to move. Now, the only problem is like loading it this way, obviously, we don't get as much product on each load. This is only 21 bales instead of 24 bales. But as we upgrade our ability to ship stuff, meaning getting bigger trailers, maybe getting into a transport truck down the line, then I think that everything will kind of even out. But yeah, we have a lot of product to move. Like I have over 40 pallets of wool that we have to sell as well next month. So I think that auto load is something that's going to kind of be a necessity now, just because of how many pallets and bales we're moving annually. It's going to be a lot of work to do all that by hand. But yeah, so I think at this point we're going to start doing some auto load stuff just to obviously keep things moving and keep things moving at a reasonable pace, or else I'll be spending like almost an hour just loading trailers when it comes to like sell wool and stuff like that. So we're going to go ahead here. We're going to get our first sale done. We're going to sell off all of our silage. We're going to see if we get enough money from the silage to, excuse me, get our field. So let's go ahead and unstrap. And 36,000 plus 5,000 environmental. So we got a couple of these sales to do. I think we're going to be able to do 3 sales like that. So we'll definitely have enough money to pick up that field. So I'm going to go ahead, get these things loaded up, and we're going to go ahead and get a couple more sales done. Okay, so we walked away with a little bit around, probably close to around $120,000. Pretty crazy, guys. Or over 120,000, like actually probably more than that, but still, if you look up in the top right hand there, we have a $231,000. Now, that actually sets us up quite well for what I had planned for today. And we're going to see if we can get everything that we want. So, a few things is, obviously, next month we're going to get a lot more money as well, because we're going to be making a bunch of money on wool. But if you guys take a look, this here, so we have all that excess wool over here, and then we have this. This thing is full. So this thing, oh, sorry, this thing has 50 pallets, plus the 2, 4, 6, 8... yeah, 9 more pallets, so we got, yeah, another 9,000 liters here. So we almost have, by the next month, we will have probably 65,000 liters of wool that needs to be sold, which was going to make us a ton of money. I don't actually know if I need any more sheep. These sheep have been keeping me quite busy. I pretty much have to empty this thing every month or every other month, or else I run out of space. So look, there's already a pallet ready to go over there. That's insane. So I'm thinking, you know, we've got a lot of sheep here already. What I think we're going to do, though, is we're going to go ahead and buy this field while our worker's working. And does this thing have anything on it right now? What is it? Growing, you know what? It's growing wheat. Oh, okay. This is actually really good. Can I visit this field? Okay. Needs plowing. What is the yield expectancy on this? No soil data. Can I see? I guess I really won't be able to see nitrogen levels on this field because I don't own it. No, it's precision farming. So, soil composition, weeds, no. Needs plowing, yes. Doesn't need rolling. No stones, no water. Okay, cool. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to pick up this field. Expected yield bonus of 103%. It's decent, so we're going to go ahead, we're going to buy this.
2% discount, 162,000. Now let's see if we can see the yield expectancy. Excuse me. We can't. So let's go ahead. We'll go into precision farming. We are going. Ooh, what a horrible score. Let's do this. Okay, it's not horrible. So it looks like it's sandy loam, which is it's not great, but that's okay. We got regular loam, and we've got the thing we don't want is loamy sand. So this isn't horrible, although the field has absolutely nothing on it. So pH level is pretty poor. Nitrogen doesn't have anything on it. Can we fix that? I don't even know if we can fix that, because we're going to do crop destruction if we run that over. But with that being said, I wonder how bad it's going to be. So let's hook up to our fertilizer here. Let's get it loaded with fertilizer, and then we're going to head over to that field, and we're going to see if we can fix up this field. And wheat is something we were talking about planting, because wheat is planted now and harvestable in why is there 2 different planting seasons? What? Something's not right here. Anyways, we can harvest it in August, and then we can plant canola. So that actually works out really well. But let's get our fertilizer over there, and we're gonna go take a look to see what we can do here, and see if the crop destruction is just gonna be too much, or what we can do here over on that field to see if we can improve the yield from this, because it's not gonna be very good as it stands right now. Well, I didn't know that this was a thing, but I guess AIs don't do crop destruction. So I'm not a huge fan of that, because I feel like we probably should be losing some of these crops, so I'm wondering if I should be doing this myself. But because we bought the field mid-season, you know, it wasn't really my fault, so I'm going to let it ride for now. But going forward, we definitely need to make sure that like the fields are fertilized properly before it's harvest, or before this stuff starts growing. So I think for now, I'm going to let the worker do its thing and kind of get this field cleaned up, and then we'll see how it goes. But yeah, we'll see how much fertilizer they use, because yeah, you can see in the top left there is absolutely no fertilizer on this field, so we're gonna have to see how it goes. So I'm gonna let this guy do his thing, and it looks like our other worker is pretty much finished cutting over there, so it's gonna be time to start baling here soon. But before we go ahead and do that, while they're finishing that, we're going to head on over to the shop. We have $65,000, and I'm going to buy myself something that I've been wanting for a while to make our lives a little bit easier. Man, I always forget how loud the shop is over here. But what I want is I want a pickup truck. I think we've earned ourselves a pickup truck finally. So I'm thinking that we're going to go ahead. We're going to get a Super Duty. We definitely need this, because then we can actually go and sell stuff in a much more timely manner, if that makes sense. So what I want is wheel setups, and I would like to have dual wheels. Not quite sure what I need to do to get that. I think I just cycle through all these. Ooh, military mud tires. Do I have that option for dualies? Because if I do I have that? Custom dual big tires, Super Duty rims. I don't. Oh, come on. I mean, these wheels are kind of cool, but that's not really what I'm looking for. You know what? I guess we're just gonna have to go with something like this. Yeah, or just big tire rim like that. Because yeah, we're just gonna go with a standard style pickup truck, I guess, for ourselves. Main color, I don't know. What do we want to do? Do we just do like a work truck, a white work truck style with a I don't even know what I want. Black base, like black two-tone. I mean, that looks kind of neat. I think it'll look good. Let's see, windows. We're gonna want those tinted. We're gonna want stock exhaust. What does that do? Axle dump. Ooh, that'd be kind of nice. Stock exhaust. Now let's do an axle dump. Let's do that. And then strobes, yes. Front valence. Definitely, yeah. Grill guard. Ooh, we can do a grill guard. That'd be kind of nice. It's not bad.
don't think we really need it, though. But, so we'll leave that off for now. And what we'll do is we are going to get some side steps for ourselves, for sure. And then main color, two-tone, grill. Do I color match the grill white? What does that look like? Ooh. Do we do... Oh, man. Do we just do like an all-white truck? Or does that look a little too beefy? What if we do like an all-white truck? And then we have to change the bumpers. Ooh, this thing's going to look pretty mean. I think the wheels... Rim accents. Can I change these to, or like the rim color? What if we do just like black wheels? Oh, this is looking pretty nasty. Yeah, I'm okay with this. Trim? Oh, we can change the trim. What if we change the trim to black? Yeah, let's change the trim to black. Yeah, that looks good. I like that. And then we'll just do the same thing for the box once we get it. So yeah, look, there we go. We got ourselves our first pickup truck. Oh, we got to change the hitch to an adjustable hitch. We're definitely going to need the adjustable hitch. So 44,000. I'm hoping we have enough money to buy the box, and then we can get ourselves all set up. So let's go ahead and we're going to buy this. We're going to leave it as the standard Super Duty, because like this thing has a tuned option, which is ridiculous, but we'll see how it is with just the regular for right now, because I feel like that's kind of unrealistic only for $1,000. But maybe once we get down the line and, you know, we're kind of swimming in money, it's not really going to matter as much. And then what we need to do is go to customization. We need to get this. We need to change it to dual fenders. We need to add, yeah, we'll put a headache rack, I think, and we'll put a gooseneck attacher. Capacity, fuel transfer tank. Yeah, we could probably do a fuel transfer tank. I think that'd be good. Main color we're going to do is white. We're going to do the two-tone in white. It's going to be an all-white truck. All-white bumpers. Trim is going to stay black. Decals are going to be white. Bed accessories. Actually, why is the tailgate or trim is going to be white? Actually, no, we should trim, I guess. No, we can do white. That looks fine. Bed accessories, we'll leave them black. Strobes, yes. Perfect. And yeah, I guess that's pretty much everything that we need for the bed of the truck. So we'll go ahead and buy that. $6,100, so we have enough. And we're going to go take a look at our new truck. Where is it? Why can't I? There it is. Okay, so let's get this thing all set up, and then we're going to take a look at it. All set up, ready to go. I'm going to go ahead back underneath. This guy all hooked up. And perfect. So this is our new rig. I definitely was supposed to do this lifted, wasn't I? Because this guy feels kind of stubby. I shouldn't be as tall as this truck. I feel like it definitely needs to be a bit taller. But yeah, this thing is pretty sweet. Look at that. Nice. Alrighty. So we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna drive this thing back to the yard, and then we're gonna also have to go and grab our trailer, and we're gonna need to bring it here because we're gonna actually set it up to be a gooseneck trailer, and then this thing is going to be used for pretty much all of our hauling. This is going to be our hauling truck for all of our needs. So I'm gonna get it back to the farm, and then I'll see you guys back over at the farm. Okay, so we are back at the farm. I've gotten this trailer over to the garage, gotten it all set up. It's now all ready to go. It's all goosenecked and ready to rock and roll. And it looks like everything's done. Yeah, okay. Now the problem is I'm going to destroy some stuff probably trying to get out of here. Yep, okay, that's alright. It is what it is. So we're going to go ahead and fold this up. Actually, okay, fold it up, so that I can set you up on the next field. And then I'm going to get to baling on the other field. But it looks like our wheat field here should be good to go now. Fingers crossed. And that means that we have until... when do we get a harvest? I said August, to figure out something for a harvester. Because if we don't have anything to harvest with, it's going to make things a little bit complicated. So, here's what I'm thinking. Right now, we have $14,000, almost $15,000 in the bank.
Next month, we sell our wool, and honestly, I think we're going to get a couple $100,000 worth of wool next month. So, that will mean that we will have enough to buy like a Massey Ferguson or something like that if we want. I'd like to see if we can get some more money before then, and I'm thinking obviously with these bales, we should be able to get something a bit nicer. So if we're looking at harvesters, we go take a quick look. Standard Massey is 104,000. Now we've got these guys, but like this is like worst case scenario because like you look, this thing has a working width of 4 meters, whereas this one has a working width of 6. Yeah, and then obviously as we go up. Now, ideally, I would like to get one of these, but realistically, probably going to start out something like this. And this is good because some of the fields that we're looking at, the heights change, and this thing has a really interesting system in it. This thing can hold 8,600 liters, which is not horrible, and it has a working width of 7.6, plus it can also do corn or sunflowers, which is great because I mean we can possibly pick one of these up to do harvests or harvest contracts with. Now, I would like to obviously get up to this because then I can get up to an 8.5 meters. But I think we'll probably run something like this for a couple of years. Excuse me. And then we'll be able to sell it and then go from there. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to get to baling while that guy is over there doing his thing with the fertilizer. And then I will catch up with you guys when we are pretty much all done and dusted here. We should have about another 63-ish bales or so, I think. So should be a good yield that we got off of this, which is probably another $120,000. And yeah, so I'm going to go ahead, get to baling, and I will see you guys all afterwards. Okay, everybody, we have made it to April. So now we got the harvest done. I've got 41 bales of silage that are being worked on. We got 43 bales. I had one extra because we wanted to have 42 because that's 2 full loads on our trailer. And then that gave us 5 bales extra for our sheep. So these guys have been all fertilized and ready to go, so they're starting to grow once again. And it is April, so it is time for us to sell. But if we look in the market, there's a couple things that I'm interested in. There's a Mack truck for sale. This is a really good price for a Mack truck. 500 horsepower, that is more than what we need for capability-wise. But at the same time, like, I don't think we're quite ready for one of these yet, but it's so unfortunate that it's on for such a good price. But I did also notice this. So this right here is a auger loader, and this is what we need for unloading bin silos. And I don't think I'm going to get a regular bin. I kind of want to do it like the, not get like your like normal silos that are easy to use that we can get in game that come with the built-in like silo pans. I kind of want to go with like a hopper bin style because like this guy here I think would be kind of interesting because we'd have to obviously like get or unload it from inside here, or something like a flat bottom bin like this one here. And we would need that auger to offload it right next to where my player is right there. Instead of getting something kind of like this, this thing can hold 100,000 liters. This thing can hold 500,000 liters. At some point, we are going to get to outgrow something like this. And I just feel like these things are kind of a little bit cheaty. If we're going to get something like that, I'd say we'd have to probably go into something much larger that's, something like this, right? But, that's $117,000, and it only holds 400,000 liters. So, I mean, it is what it is. I think the flat bottom bins are probably going to be the way to go. But yeah, I also like, like these ones are really cool. But, like, again, they are absolutely massive, right? So I think for kind of like what our needs are here on the farm, I think that a flat bottom bin like this Western will probably be more than what we need, which is this guy right here. So I want to set one of these up at some point, but we'll get to that another day. So I'm thinking of buying that. But first things first, we're going to go ahead, do our wool sale, see how much money we have to work with. We obviously want to make sure that we have enough money to buy a harvester. So we're going to have to see how everything goes here. So we're going to go ahead, we're going to pull this thing on up to our wool storage. And we do have a bunch of excess wool. This might actually take 2 trips. So there are a few locations where we can sell for the best price, but I think we're just going to do the farmer's market because it's kind of the closest and it makes the most sense. So we're just going to go ahead. We're just going to stack up these. We're going to take quite a few loading opportunities here. So if we take a look, we want to go to the trailer. We want it to be material type wool. And if we just start loading, and I'm going to keep on doing this until we're all loaded up. And I'm definitely going to need to upgrade this storage solution because I didn't think we were going to have this much. So, yeah, I'm going to go ahead, get all this loaded up, get our first trailer load ready to go, and then I will bring you guys back when we go do our first sale. Okay, so we are pretty much right here at the farmer's market. This is the nice thing is it's right around the corner from our base. 42,000 liters. This isn't even all of it. We're going to be able to get a partial load in next. This is a lot of weight for this truck. We might actually need to upgrade to our transport truck either sooner rather than later, or just tune this thing so it can handle the weight. But it's managing barely. So we're gonna see how this goes. This is obviously our first big load. So let's see how much money we get for this. Go ahead, unstrap. 100. Wow. Okay. We might actually hit that $200,000 worth of wool that I was kind of hoping for. That's a lot of money in wool. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead. Let's get our second load loaded on up, and then we'll see how much money we have afterwards. Okay, so second load's coming in. About half the amount that we had on the first one, so that should mean roughly around 60,000, give or take or so. So I'm hoping we're going to be pretty close here to our target. And yeah, 215,000. So we pretty much almost got $200,000 worth of wool that year, which is absolutely incredible. Like, obviously, like, if we look at finances and sold products, sold wool, 182,000. Plus, we probably got, you know, about, I think we got like $12,000 to $16,000 in environmental score. So almost $200,000 in profit from our wool for 1 year, which is insane. So that is great news for us with all that money in the bank. That's $215,000 with the 2 sales of silage that we're going to get before harvest. We should be able to afford the harvester, but man, I kind of wanted to get that auger. Let me see, when do the sheep... we'll probably get 1 more reproduction in before harvest time as well. So that's another $21,000 there. So I'm kind of thinking between silage, because like let's say, when do we get a harvest? We get a harvest in August. We're gonna sell our silage in June and do another harvest in June. By August, it might be ready. I don't think the silage will be ready until September. So we could technically plant the canola in September, which wouldn't be a bad thing. So, I mean, we probably will have enough money, and then we can probably pick up this guy here. Because the problem is, too, is we don't have anywhere to store our product right now. So we're going to need all the infrastructure for that as well. I didn't even think about that. We might have to sell wool at a loss to get us there, because like I said, if I want to get that flat bottom bin, that's $42,000. Plus we need this, so that's another, so that brings us up to $50,000 between the bin and that, plus the proper auger to load the bin is going to be, where are belt systems? Is going to be probably this guy here. And this thing costs another $35,000. Ooh. This one's only 25. Why is this one cheaper? This one's probably better. It's bigger. That's for sure. This thing's huge. Wow. This thing is massive. I don't really need anything this big, but like, yeah, this would work. And this one has its own independent engine on it too, which is definitely better. Because this one needs a PTO hookup. And then this one has its own diesel tank. This one has its own diesel system, but for some reason it doesn't take diesel. This one probably won't work. This one's probably not tall enough. No, I don't think this one's tall enough to get into that. But yeah, okay. So this one would be the best option, though. Really, it would be. I wonder if this will fit. I have to do some testing to see if this would work. But I think we should definitely pick up the one auger that I was looking at. Where is that? Sorry, so market. We're going to pick this up. Let's buy this just so that we have it. So we'll pick this thing up. Yes. And then that'll just be sitting at the garage for now. And so, yeah. So let's, I'll go grab a tractor and I'll get the tractor to haul that thing on back over to our farm. And then I guess we're going to just have to jump ahead now until, I guess, June. And then we can do our silage harvest and see how much money we have, and then see if we can start working on infrastructure or pick up the harvester, because by the time we hit June, it's gonna be getting close to harvest season. So we gotta be ready. Okay, we've made it to June. I guess I should get someone on the mower. So if we go ahead, jump in this guy, we'll get this guy working over on the fields, and then while they're mowing, we can go ahead and we can do some 2 sales of silage. And hopefully that'll be enough. Oh, I did not line up for this properly at all. Goodness gracious. If we are lucky, we should have enough money to hopefully get our harvester this month. I think we're pretty close. I mean, I definitely think we'll make it. So the only thing that we'll be missing is the header. So fingers crossed we can figure this out. We're going to have a little bit of troubleshooting to do, I think, a little bit later, meaning when it's time to actually do the harvest, because like we don't actually have like a grain trailer or anything yet either. I'm kind of hoping that one comes on sale in the market, but right now this is on sale, which is something we also need, but it's $33,000, so that's a little bit out of our price range. I don't know, we're going to have to see how things go, so I'm going to get this person started here. And then if we go ahead and we jump into our truck, we're going to go ahead and we're going to definitely start getting some silage bales loaded up here. And we'll see how well this thing does, considering how much weight this is. So if we go ahead and load all of this up. Oh, now it's loading it properly. Oh, okay. I did make a slight change to the length here. And I guess that might have fixed it. So all right, well, I guess that makes things a little bit easier. There we go. And let's see how this thing hauls it. It's definitely a lot of weight. Let's see how the stopping is. It's not horrible. Not great either, though. I guess we'll have to see if it's any better than the tractors when we get down to the animal dealer. So let's go ahead, take a quick drive. We'll see how this thing holds up. This is obviously a lot of weight. It's like 24 tons on a 1-ton truck, so we'll see how it is. It's a lot of weight for this truck. It's probably more than I probably should be putting on it, but you know what? This thing does drive better than the tractors did. I definitely feel like I have more control, so that is definitely a positive. So yeah, let's go ahead, get this sale done here real quick. We're coming up on the animal dealer. We're just gonna go ahead, we're gonna swing around in here. A lot of body roll in the truck, but other than that, it seems to be working quite well. So this should be roughly 50,000. Let's see how we do. Perfect. That was not as good as I was hoping. Okay, we might be in a bit of a bad time for selling silage, because that was horrible. Unless our environment... Oh, you know what? Our environmental score is really low because of this field. We used to be up at like the high 90s. So I guess we really need to dial in our environmental score over the next couple of months here. Hopefully after that harvest. I guess the rest of this year we're not going to get a great bonus. So we're definitely going to need to work on that. So I'm going to go ahead, get this next load going, and we'll do this next sale. Alright, so we are at almost 300k. So we should, excuse me, definitely have enough money to buy our harvester, and then we should be able to maybe buy the header. Fingers crossed. I don't know if we'll be able to afford the header or not. We're gonna have to see how that goes. And then the only issue that we might have is I don't know if we're gonna be able to afford a header trailer, And I don't know if I'm going to be able to get the header onto this trailer that we have on the truck right now. So let's go ahead. We're going to go take a look at the market while this guy's working. So if we go down and we look at harvesters, because we had discussed getting the Massey Ferguson, like the nicer one at least, this guy here. So if we look at this one, this one's got 306 horsepower, 8,600 liters. This one's 8,000 liters. I mean, is it really worth it to get this, or should I just go with this until we can afford like a nice one, you know? Because like obviously I'd like to get, something that can get up to like a 28-foot header. Like, I don't know, like this would be nice. This would be nice. Like the 15, like these are really, really nice, right? Like, don't get me wrong. It's expensive as heck, but I think it's like very worth it to eventually work our way up to something like this. But, I think this one only goes up to 8.5, whereas we go up to this, we're getting into the better stuff. Obviously, I'd say probably the best one that we want to get up to is probably this one, but obviously that's a lot of money. We're not that close yet. What size header can this one get up to? So this one's 28 foot, 25 foot. Probably this one is probably going to be our best bet, is this John Deere right here. So, this thing can hold 14,000 liters, which is also a big upgrade. But, I don't know. It's kind of one of those things where it's hard to judge what we want to do. So, yeah, maybe we just go with the old Massey, because like, what am I really getting? I'm getting only up to 7.6 meters here, whereas this one is 6 meters. And to start out, this would be much more affordable, and I'd be able to pretty much do the silo setup and everything that I want right off the bat. So I'm thinking, you know what? Yeah, let's just do the old school Massey. Let's just do this for now. Yeah, we're going to buy this. We're going to buy the Massey. We're going to get the header, which is only 30K, which is nice. We're going to get the trailer, because then we don't have to worry about moving it anymore. And that still leaves us $162,000. So I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to get that stuff dropped off back here at the farm, and then we will see what we can do after that. So give me a couple minutes and I'll have all that stuff back at the farm. All right, well, we got a lot done today. Made ourselves some good money. We obviously got our harvester back here now. We got ourselves a truck. We got our gooseneck all set up. And we got ourselves that field over there with some wheat growing. I think that's going to do it for today. This episode's actually already running kind of long. I didn't realize how long this episode was going. So we're pretty much going to have to wrap it up here for today, guys. That also makes it 10 episodes, which I think I mentioned earlier, which means that I'm going to be releasing a supercut of all the episodes from 1 till episode 10. So that'll be coming out in the next couple of days if you guys want to watch it, to catch and like recap and catch up, and I don't know, it should just be a good watch. Once again, thank you guys all so much for your support on this series. It's been a blast. I've been having fun making this series, and we're going to keep on carrying on with this now that I'm feeling better. So guys, with all that being said, thank you guys all so much for watching today's episode, and we'll see you guys all in the next episode. And if you guys are watching this from the Supercut episode, thank you guys all so much for watching this video all the way through till the end. If you guys did enjoy, please be sure to leave a like, leave a comment on what you guys are thinking of the series so far, and obviously subscribe. Make sure you guys are going to stay notified on upcoming episodes for this series. We're 10 episodes in. I plan on keeping this series going for a while, so thank you guys all so much for watching this Supercut, and we will see you guys all in the next one.